Nor
Yes,
is he early.
a warlock, which I totally am.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am, so you know.
Yeah,
I can't even find ADG. There we are.
I think that should be it. Let me-
F5ing. F5ing like Aileron. There we go.
Where's Stream? This image.
Here's stream. Here's
Yeah,
stream. There you go.
they've been trying to guess what we're gonna read. Now they can see, but like, they did
Mm-hmm.
not guess. Everybody uh, did not guess. They had some good ideas and also some obvious ideas, but
And now I get to fill up chat with quotes.
oh no, not that again. Oh wait,
I've been saving them.
you can see the creature. Hi, Lily. She's
Oh,
sleeping
Ghost?
behind me. Yeah,
There
and
she
Ghost.
is. Yes, here's stream.
Here's Stream. She's EP, but I didn't manage to get her into the room before she like she's not gonna be clawing at the door, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Also, yes, these things have been here since I've not. These things have just been here. It's just
It
this
is
is
the
just my life
yeah,
now. I see.
yeah, it is the low book of all time.
Yeah, and Finn is here as a guest star because
Yes.
that's Finn's Borbo.
Uh-huh.
Maxie, you want to say something? She is so out of it. She just ate, and she is very very eepy.
Good for her.
Yeah.
I can relate. I just had pizza.
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 Pizza. Okay. Story time. That's relatable. Yeah.
Did everybody do their homework? Do
Yeah.
you know about grammatical moods?
Do you know about grammatical moods? Oh, okay. Lily was onto something. As soon as he
Mhm.
thought about what would they read if Finn is on stream. Yes.
It was Belle's idea to do aspect.
Yeah. So my idea is that we do one from each of the seasons, which means
Sounds good to me.
Undying will be aspect.
Mhm.
Dawn will be constellations. Hopefully, Raf will be able to make for that because
Mm.
that is about the speakers.
Mhm.
And as we all know, this is how Speaker Osiris can still win. And then obviously, from Worthy, it's Trials and Tribulations.
Obviously.
Arrivals, probably Duress and Egress. I know that not a lot of people read that. And like
It is
has
a
some
really good law
it
book,
had
and
some
there's some
bangers,
stuff
especially
that's
about
like,
Asher.
yeah.
And then we'll see as we go onward.
Man of science though he was.
Yes. He shot the damn thing.
Yeah, that was my first law tab. I was like,
Asher.
I have no idea what's going on in this game. I don't have a clue who this guy is.
However,
And I was like,
I like him.
compels me though.
Yeah. Yeah, Dressing is really good. Line of Vault, yeah, he's just
Yeah.
he's so good. And also at the end it's like sad. I mean in the middle actually, because when he goes with
I mean,
we're
the
not gonna
whole
spoil
thing
the
is
lore
sad.
book. Yeah.
No, no,
But-
spoil a law book that's been out for like 3 years,
Yeah.
but you know.
But he goes to Eris and Eris and Asher are
Wow.
yeah. The railgun was finished before his coffee had cooled down.
Yeah.
Literally.
Beloved. He's so awful. I love
He's
him.
incredible. He's absolutely incredible.
But we're not here to talk about Asher today. We
Yes.
are here to talk about Vex.
Yes, an aspect. Autism
Uh-huh.
pals, yeah. Because this is this has to be relevant. This has to be relevant given what we've seen.
And not clutching at straws relevant, like actually relevant.
Yeah. I bet Asher had a device kept his coffee at an optimal temperature, 100%.
Only
know
after
that-
he'd forgotten about it like 50,000 times.
Yeah, most likely. I'll try to have Max. No, when I put the hood on, she's not gonna be visible. But she's visible right now. Okay, and also the pog. Actually, you can you can only see the. Oh, there it goes. Both of the transits. What do we want to say first, though? Because this is like This is from Undying. Like, not a lot of people were there at the time.
Maybe explain what was actually going on in Undying.
Yeah, but like, it is not. It like not much was going on.
Okay, what about what's the Undying Mind? That's a
Yeah,
good one.
that is a good one. Yeah, because the Undying Mind is the little guy, little Hydra from the Vex from the Soul Divisive, who was basically trying. That's from D1. Like, they were trying to
Mhm.
after we killed the Blackheart, they were trying to restart it. They were trying to like revive it, put it back on, turn it back on again. And we of
They were
course,
trying to undie it.
yeah, yeah, and that was like directed by the Undying Mind. But we killed it. So much for the Undying Mind. Um,
But how did we kill it?
I don't remember what happened.
We killed it in every timeline.
Oh, no, I mean, yeah, that was in Undying, but
Yeah.
in D1 there was like I think it was a strike,
Mm.
and it was just like we just killed it. Like, I guess we
Yeah.
shot it with weapons, and it died. Is called Undying Mind dies. Lily, I'm always lucid during streams. Yep. Where's the Screebert?
I've got a whole list of these I'm gonna be adding.
The Screebert is fine. Just a second. Fucking Screebert. There we go. Okay. There you go. That's my child. The
No.
Screeb.
No.
Yes.
Death.
Yes. Yes.
Death.
Screeb. Rawr. Alright, back to
No.
Undying Mind.
Screebs do not know rar.
Screebs go, please hold me, I am very cute. That's what they say to me. I can hear them. He's called Undying Mind. Dies. Yeah. Yeah, and so in D1 we just kind of killed it, and the Blackheart was not restarted. Oh my god. And then many years later, they were like, wait a minute, that's the Undying Mind. It shouldn't die. And then it came back. It specifically, it woke up because of the light pulse at the end of Red War. So when the Traveler woke up, the light that like swept over the whole system was like, it woke up pretty much everything, but it woke up the pyramids, and the pyramids started coming over, and the Vex, the Soul Divisive, were like, oh, our boss is coming home.
Mm-hmm.
And then they started doing shenanigans. Well, it took them a while to start doing shenanigans. As a matter of fact, it took them 2 years to start doing shenanigans. Because from the end of the Red War until Undying, that's 3 years. So, and then in Undying, they just kind of invaded. Like, they were trying to like get out of the Black Garden, because like there was like a big portal on the moon where they were, because the entry to the Black Garden changed to be on the moon, and then they were like coming out of there. They were like just invading the moon, and they were just trying to do what they didn't do before. And Ikora was like, okay, we will make a Vex portal in the city. She did that. She
Very normal things to do.
yeah. And as she did that, we were basically preparing to get into. We were getting into those like portals, and like we were fighting the Undying Mind in every single possible timeline, and we killed it like billions of times in all possible timelines that we could access, and that's how we put it down completely. I mean, unless we missed a timeline, which, is also possible.
Mm-hmm.
I know that I have my screenshot somewhere about the portal, because I was perplexed. Because it was being built over the weeks. So at first you kind of just like ran through, like you don't really go to Ikora much anyway. So you, like, I didn't see it at first. Like, I thought, oh, there's just some changes that happened like over when I wasn't playing. But no, they weren't. It was a Vex portal that she was building in the middle of the city, behind her little a sanctuary, I guess. It has to be somewhere here. No, that is no, that is not it. That is not it. that's not it either. I know exactly what the screenshot looks like because I'm completely. Oh, there it is.
Because you're completely normal about things?
Yes. I think you will be able to see it here. There it is. That's me with the Mithrax
Yes.
mask during Festival of the Lost of 2019. And this was a huge ass portal being built in because I think it was like its second week. Because the second week I was like, wait a minute. That's not supposed to be here. So this is where I'm standing here is the Ikoras. Like I'm standing on top of Ikoras sanctuary. That's the like wooden bit. And then there was the huge ass portal.
I love that we went from this to like the horror in Splicer of, oh god, a Vex thing in the city.
Yep. She did that. That was interesting. I think Ikora circles Ray building a personal Vex portal. I think we can we watch the it wasn't much of a trailer, but it is definitely a trailer.
I would think so.
Yeah. Normal things are happening.
We say that the Black Garden is the birthplace of the Vex. But it was not the beginning. It was the reason. The life in the garden called out a question. The Vex are the answer. They will do anything to protect the garden. In these things, there is symmetry. The gateways have opened. The Vex are coming.
Yep. The canonical name is Vex Milk. Yeah. So that was.
I mean, that's what that's what humans call it.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Yeah.
it's Radiolaria officially.
It is. Yeah, it is Radiolaria. Yeah. About I don't know what this place is. Like, it's clearly some sort of their. It looks kind of like the stuff in Pyramidion, and also stuff that you can see in. Oh, that's a very good close. Oh, like stuff you can see. Where's the thing that you can see in the back? Like that huge, like these kind of things that you can see in Glassway as well, like in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
Not you. Triangle. I'm clicking the worst. What is this? I'm clicking the worst script. I am so normal. There's a specific like scene you can see the whole structure like in the back. As they're like, I guess maybe as they're walking through. No, they're being. Yep, here. Like this shit is just. It looks very much like Glassway. Like the background of. Kind of a background of like a lot of Vex areas.
Yeah, it's like a kind of fractal structure which you don't really see in a lot of other places.
Yeah, it was like did this. It was in the Pyramidion. Like similar like kind of background spaces. As well, and like we don't really know where that was. There's another Pyramidion and Festering Core. This is a forge. I mean, based on the description from Clovis, not really. But we don't know. Like he did not leave enough information about the Forge Star, which I hate him for even more than for anything else that he's done.
Volantis portal when, please.
Please open the glassway. Stop having it be closed. I think there's a Vogue style triangle, but the soul device hold them. Yeah. Undying Mind was at first just an it was something else. It wasn't always soul device, as far as I can remember at least. I think it was like not originally soul divisive, but I can't remember right now if there's like if they are just like inventing this or if this is something that's actually happened. We'll have to check. One of his many crimes, yeah, literally. So that was Undying. It had one activity, Vex Offensive, where you were going into the portal in the Black Garden, and there were like 3 rotating arenas. They were like randomly generated, like you would get them by at random, and it was just like kill Vex. That's pretty much it. And people did not like it, of course. Are you surprised? The gamers did not like Destiny content, and they kept playing it anyway. But it was. I mean, it's the same problem with like every first season. It's always like a little bit on the weaker side because it's the first season of the year and it launches with an expansion and yeah. Evil Bell closed the glass. We never let it be open. Literally, that is my evil clone. I would say that. Shock, yeah. And this book was the seasonal book thingy. This was before I joined Destiny, so I don't know. Yeah, it was not very liked because it was very like weak in content. Essentially, that's basically what it was. But like it was on par with most other first seasons in Destiny that like launched with the expansion, and it was fairly tied with Shadowkeep because like everything was happening on the moon. So when you were doing moon stuff for Shadowkeep, you would see these huge portals would open on the moon, and the Vex would like pour in, and you had to like there were a lot of bounties that I had to change actually after Undying, because they were like, oh, kill 100 Vex, which was easy when the portal was there. It was not easy when the portal was gone after Undying, because at the time, seasons were leaving after that season ended. So like in 3 months, that was gone forever. So that's something they changed to be better, because now we have them for a year. And I wish we had those shits for a year, because of Dawn. But okay.
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish.
Yeah.
Riven, if you're out there.
I mean, maybe not Riven. Destiny Plus enjoys Destiny. Literally, like, why are you still here if you're not going to, like, genuinely, like, there are so many other things you could be doing if you don't like Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
I still remember the bounty. Yeah. They changed the bounties like to be less Vex kills needed, but like a lot of times I know a lot of people are like Vex on the moon, like what? But like they are like there occasionally.
Just they do like, spawn there.
Yeah,
if you go where the
Archer's Line, I think.
Yes, the Archer's Line, and also if you go to the entrance to the raid, but
entrance to the raid,
in the moon destination.
Yeah,
they spawn there as well. So if you ever need Vex on the moon.
Actually the opening to you can go there without when it's not a raid too. You can
go that's what I mean. Like you can go in that cave and there's Vex there.
And just they're gonna the portal's gonna open and they will swarm from the Black Garden and you can kill them there. Kill Vex on the moon. Okay, where? On the moon.
But also like the Luna's collar isn't there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. Damn. Yeah. But like because like at the time when they made that, obviously they were like there all the time. Like you would just like be running around the moon and the huge like giant Vex portal in the sky would open. Like I don't know. It's been in Riven's Lair actually. You can see it like above the locations like when you're in any of the layers, like not really any of the layers, some of them.
Hmm.
There's just like a huge portal in the sky that like just and they start flowing down, like in the gardens of Asilla, for example. That type of portal, similar. And then they would let us just swarm. And there was like kind of a sort of a public event where you had to like kill all of them, and then a huge Minotaur bosses would spawn, and you had to kill them as well. And it was fun, but whatever. Apparently, like people are like, no, this is boring, and like, fuck. I mean, whatever. The Vex Hall, yeah, computer hall, the computer hall.
Yeah, do not drop me into computer hall.
Yeah. So Aspects came out with Undying. I don't know how it was. I think it was just like. I don't think it was weekly or anything.
No, because they only started doing that with
Yeah.
one of the later seasons.
So it was dropped because in the
It might
actual.
have been a random drop during the event.
Yeah, in the actual Vex offensive, so that was the activity. You
Mhm.
could get last days on Kraken Mare, for reasons that I am still confused about. But I remember playing Vex offensive and that dropped, and I was like, "What the hell is this about?" And then I started reading, and that was my favorite lore book of all time.
Mhm.
I genuinely like I sat there in Vex offensive grinding until like all of the pages dropped because I could not stop. I mean, you know, Titan and Collapse.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Wildly out of character.
So I genuinely don't remember when this. Maybe the same stuff. Maybe it was dropping in the same way somehow. So, but it was just like a seasonal thing. The Vex were offended how they were to be chilling on the moon when they needed. Yeah. It was very like the season was very black gardeny. You know the substitutional alloy armor that has like leaves on it, and it's very vexy. That's from that season. So they were like fully. You can cosplay the Soul Divisive there. Yeah. And
I mean, you can. It just sounds funny.
It is, yeah. Like, that was more or less it. Like, there was not much else going on really, because again, first season of the year, and first season they made alone, but they were cooking something with Aspect, and we didn't know what they were cooking until 4 years later. We hope, but
I am
yeah.
so excited.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So the book, what is that? I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 pages, and as you can see, they have titles. And I think Finn was doing homework about. Finn can fill us in on what the hell is going on here.
So they're all names for grammatical forms, grammatical moods. So if I am not going to give you a grammar lesson, but basically, hold on, I made notes for this and everything.
I also made notes a while back because I was making that post about names.
Yeah. So one of the things with the Vex, like particularly the Vex, is that names are like really important for them because it's kind of like it's what a thing is. It's not just what it does, but it's what a thing is. And like a lot of them are like based on like ancient Greek, which is more a Bell's thing,
Yay.
shockingly. But these are all grammatical terms. So like realis and irrealis, which is the first and the last one, are about when you're talking about something that is real and physical, and you're talking about like a fact, a concrete thing. And irrealis is when you're talking about, which is the last one, when you're talking about a thing that may or may not be, past, future, maybe.
Yeah.
Let me find my notes. I put everything down and then I went to set up the stream and half
like,
my shit was broken.
Yeah. So like, each one of them like relates to what is actually in the lore, or at least like
yes,
it's very like it tries to. So like you can like kind of analyze it also with the names of chapters. It's very much important. Usually is in Destiny that names are not random. That is shocking. I know.
Yeah.
It's incredibly shocking that the developers are not just sitting there and like typing random words. Incredible.
Hmm. Yeah, so Irrealis is referring to like an unreal thing or a hypothetical
Yeah.
condition or event, like something that's not true or hasn't occurred
Yet.
yet.
Yeah.
So like an example would be something like, if I were you, I'd go home.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of like one of the common examples that you use. Um, it's a very complex way of describing a thing that just kind of happens naturally when you are speaking English as a first language, and when it's your first language, you don't think about it.
Yeah.
Um, but it's like important for people who are learning English, and this is a thing that happens in a lot of languages. Like this is a grammatical thing that occurs in many languages, not
Yeah,
just
and you're always like,
English.
these things have names?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, you're like that's just how that works.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just how that works. Yeah, exactly. There's like, why do these things have names? And
Mm-hmm.
then you're like studying the language and you're crying because you have homework.
Yes. Um, so interesting, and this is what set me onto this actually. Aspect is a grammatical category. So
Yeah.
there's aspects, moods, and I always forget the other one. Um,
I also forgot.
so all of these names of the so aspect is the law book, and it's kind of like
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I
all
wrote
of these
down.
names are grammatical terms.
Yeah,
that kind of reflect
grammatical
what's going on.
aspects is a grammatical category that expresses how an action or event, as denoted by a verb, extends over time. So it's like
Mhm.
it's a whole category of these
Yeah,
terms.
and extends over time.
Yeah.
And what
Yeah.
do we know about the Vex? What was one of the first things that Maya said about the Vex? We are starting to believe that time is home to the Vex, and somewhere in those unmappable voids dwell their undying minds.
Yeah. That is.
You can't see me, but I am holding my hands in the air.
That is certainly something that she said, and that is
And
relating.
that was from the Dark Below Grimoire.
Yeah, so that's literally first DLC.
Yeah.
First DLC. So the whole Ishtar Collective thing has been a thing very much like super important to the Destiny setting
Hmm.
the entire time. So
Since
seeing
the beginning.
the thing in Starcrossed was very much what the hell? Like,
Yes.
but also kind of not, because it's important to them. So another thing also is interesting. It is something that obviously returned in Wish, but the Undying seasonal weapons are also named after grammatical terms. So imperative, adortative, subjunctive, and optative are all grammatical moods
Yes.
for
So
specific like things.
yeah, so Realis and Irrealis are moods, not aspects.
Yeah.
Because they're part of those four verb moods.
Yeah.
Most of the things in this are aspects, but those ones are moods.
Yeah. They're like bigger categories under which
Yeah.
other things fall. So it's very interesting, and those four weapons did come out in I clicked it. Well, actually, we're not gonna spoil it yet. Those weapons came out in Undying first. The Vexy thingies.
Mm-hmm. And it's also worth noting that Wish lore titles for the season lore book also were very kind of like.
Oh yeah,
the names of the entries were very sort of like interesting.
Yeah, and also the name of missions. The name of missions were all about grammar and like just language in general, which is why I first started like, oh, okay, this is kind of like reminding me of aspects.
Mm-hmm.
And
then
it's just so wild because like that was back before Starcross was even out.
Yeah.
Because I noted like, oh, we know there's going to be a Black Garden mission, but like we don't know what's going to be about. But it reminds me of Aspect, and then that whole thing with Starcross happened, and it's like, oh well, now it reminds me of Aspect even more.
So why does it do that, Belle? Who are the Ishtar Collective? What is it?
The Ishtar Collective are just little guys to me. They're like a Golden Age science team, organization, who were mostly they were situated on Venus, and they were mostly like investigating Venus and its Vex ruins, because Vex have inserted themselves into the timeline of Venus through time shenanigans, essentially. And the Ishtar Collective, yeah, science lesbians, yeah, and the Ishtar Collective were basically just super, super like hardcore research people who had like scientific rivalry with Clovis.
It's one way of putting it.
Yeah, but they did collaborate on one thing once, and it ended very badly. Maya literally told Clovis to go fuck himself. Which, I mean, mood, honestly. She's so
Yeah.
real for that.
More people should tell him that, to be honest.
Yeah. But like the main two that usually get talked about are Kiyomaesi and Maya Sundaresh, who were wives. They were married, and they've been married since the original Destiny. That was one of the first.
Mhm.
Like obviously that was like in lore, so like it wasn't very like not a lot of people knew, so they could get away with it. But you know,
Like this
it's
was a
been there.
time when they were told to remove bounties for
Yeah.
like referencing
Yeah.
Devrim and
So like
Mark
that's
kind of thing.
so like in 2014, and like obviously they
Yeah.
were making it earlier than that. They were already
yeah,
these are gonna be lesbians.
yeah.
And their
Spoiler
wives.
alert: Destiny has always been queer.
Yeah, exactly. So people are like, oh, now it's woke. Like, what? Now? You're noticing now? Rivalry meaning they imprisoned my fucking daughter. Now he's dead to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's extra funny because he got chopped up by Vex Maya. The fact
Yep.
that the Vex, like manifested in his brain as
Mhm.
Maya is really really funny.
It's really
Like she
good.
was haunting him, genuinely, and he was
Rent-free.
so mad because like I mean, she was better than him at everything, and he's like, a woman better than me? That is impossible. And then like every single granddaughter he has was like mocking him as well.
It's just
Ah, but yeah, they are like really really important, and they have always been very important. And this is a lore book about them because one thing that happened was that as they were experimenting with the Vex, they got simulated by the Vex. Like the Vex created simulations of the scientists that they were looking at them, and women were invented by the Vex. Yeah,
Don't
Vex,
you know the entire Vex collective is literally lesbian?
yeah, literally, because of the exactly what we're talking about now, which is
Yeah.
the simulations. So as they were like investigating the Vex were investigating them back, and they started simulating them, like all of the scientists. Well, not all of them, but like what was it, like 6 of them, 4, 5? I will check because they're all mentioned here.
Yeah.
And I think it was Maya who was like, fine, like let them, like we're not gonna like destroy the simulations. We're gonna let our simulated selves go explore the Vex network, which is insane. But also, I mean, go for it. God forbid a woman does anything. So they were simulated 227 times. So there's like 227 versions of each one of those scientists, which is also going to be relevant as we get in here because you'll see. And those simulations are still out there somewhere. Maybe they're no longer out there. Maybe they're elsewhere now. But again, we'll see. And you know, the famous MSund 12. It's a story for another
Who is
time.
MSund 12, Belle?
MSund 12 is the 12th simulation of Maya Sundaresh. Like that's at this point more or less. Why that specific? We don't know. We don't know why that's specific. Like we don't know if that's like there's some like reason that is 227, but so far we've not been able to tell. MSund 12. Yeah, MSund 12 we assume is the 12th Is it the 12th iteration, like the 12th simulation of Maya? So like its 12th like iteration. Yeah, and what's oh my god, if we go into what's Ox, this stream is never gonna end. But that's a line that you've probably heard as you were doing the Kragen strike, and you know, M-Sun 12. That's a question for another time, I suppose.
Another day, perhaps.
Yeah, another day perhaps. And M-Sun 12 was doing shenanigans in the Vex network and apparently accessing the Oxa, which is a thing that definitely exists and is out there, and we are waiting eagerly for it to be relevant because it was mentioned in Lightfall. But it is one of those things that can predict the future, and I mean, maybe they can predict the future. It's complicated, but the Oxa is definitely a question that we should be dealing with eventually.
Yeah.
And so are the Scions. So, speculation connects to her Vex selves in the proximity to the Veil. Shocked Pikachu face. Yeah, it is possible that when Maya, well, Kiyoma told us that, but like Maya was when she like interacted with the Veil for the first time, she said that the Veil told her that it is called the Veil, and that she heard it in her own voice. And I believe that's like implying that she saw her other self telling her that. So like one of those simulations in the Vex spaces told her this is the Veil. Like she told herself essentially, which is possible because the Vex are very knowledgeable about the Veil apparently, as Asher explained. Well, not really explained, but like he showed us. So the Vex know about the Veil, and they obviously tried to remake it, and they failed. And they may be trying to do it again. We don't know. We'll see.
Well, they're certainly trying to understand paracausality, which would be a big step into remaking the Veil.
Exactly. We'll get to that eventually, after the final shape, probably.
A story for another time, perhaps.
Yeah, sort of. Story for another time. Yeah, that makes sense considering how uncaring she was after that. Yeah, only focused on learning about the Veil. Yeah,
Yep.
She did not have a good time. I would be fine, but
Yeah, we know.
yeah, I'm built different. I would, yeah, Vex understanding paracausality will be bad, but like they will. They're way too close for that to not be a thing. So they've been trying like this whole time essentially, and especially in Wish where they were messing with. I mean, we were feeding them paracausal sparks. We've been giving them information for so long.
Yeah, like there was a whole thing in Beyond Light on Europa, the friendly Vex.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've had the friendly Vex with Failsafe before, but
yeah,
that one on Europa was certainly something was happening there.
Yeah, they were investigating, and they've been investigating for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the entire situation. Yeah, with
Martin,
Jesus, because they managed to make a single mind that was capable of taking Saint's Light specifically.
Yeah.
And they like put and they have Darkness Oracles.
Mm-hmm.
We have been, I mean, even at the Infinite Forest as well, because at the start, obviously, the big cutscene for the curse was that Panoptis could see Sagira's light, like specifically her light, which was concerning.
Like the whole thing, like it can see your light, and that's why he eats her. It's not like
he had to like
I'll
remove
deal with the problem.
her.
It's like if I don't
her...
remove Sagira from this situation right now, everything is fucked.
Yeah, like he had to like literally get her out of the forest because otherwise. And I mean, Panoptis did eventually end up like stealing her.
Mm-hmm.
Still wonder what exactly happened with Lakshmi. Yes, Lakshmi. So Lakshmi was. It was technically a copy. It was an empty exo that got like brain wiped by the Veil. And Maya was like I guess it was randomly chosen, like who would be like the conductor in that like ritual. But like she put one of the empty exos as like a focus, and then she used the veil to create a consciousness, including her own. So like she put part of herself in that, and also part of like all the other brain wiped exos. Like it was essentially, it created a person, which is similar. Again, Osiris says that, but like it's similar to what the witnesses people did. Like they fused, and Maya was like doing something similar. She was experimenting like with what she can do. She got obsessed with like, oh, we have to be able to create a consciousness, which I mean she could, but like it was not very ethical. So
Things
Lakshmi,
certainly happened.
so Lakshmi should have been like dead, like she got wiped entirely, like her entire personality was wiped, and then as she was used for the with the veil, she turned into like a somewhat a copy of Maya, like not identical, but they did share a voice, and they did share like some aspects of like personality, because that's why Kiyoma was being very disturbed. Like, this is a person who is not your wife but behaves somewhat like your wife. And, like, she was incredibly like, I can't like have this thing next to me because it's
Mm-hmm. Gosh, I wonder where we've seen something like that before.
yeah. And eventually when Maya died, Kiyoma was like, get this thing out of there.
Yeah.
And she sent her to Earth with Stargazer, and Stargazer just like, I guess, left her there. It's like, big on.
Stargaze is like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah.
Don't like it here.
Yeah. And obviously Stargazer wiped records of Neomuna existing
Mm-hmm.
from poor little guy called Rasputin.
Just a little guy.
Yeah. And Lakshmi, I guess, stayed on Earth. Like, just like went. I mean, obviously we know that she was in London when it got destroyed to the ground, and then that caused her trauma that she never wanted to explore or like get over.
And she'd never dealt with it, and then
Yeah.
decided to deal with it by the device. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay,
And
you are allowed to have trauma. You are not allowed to
yeah,
use
and
it.
it's really interesting because that's one of the things we have to mention about Maya. But like, Maya founded the Future War cult in the Golden Age, and they
Yep.
made a Vex device. A device. It's called a device.
With a capital D.
Yeah.
The device.
Yeah. So the device was made in mimic of Vex technology. Like they used some Vex technologies to make it, and it was capable of. She called it a mind ship, and said that it's capable of like displacing consciousness. So you know there's some darkness shit going on here. Like we know now, obviously. At the time we didn't, but it's not good because a lot of people who were like put into the device to kind of use it to displace their consciousness got mad. Like they like lost it. Like a lot of people died. A lot of people killed themselves. A lot of people just like completely went insane. And Maya and her little team who were working on the device were like, this shit sucks, but also we are now a cult because they like it completely changed their like they became literally superstitious about it. Because as you're displacing your consciousness, you can displace it into like another timeline maybe, or like another time. It's based on the Vex stuff, so like we don't know what exactly it does. But yeah, and the device are connected to Oxa, connected to the Veil, but also the Sundial, exactly. So the device and the Oxa are very, very, very similar. As a matter of fact, in game, they have a very similar like way of like showing what, like it's very similar how it works. Essentially, it shows you things that you want to see, and it prioritizes like your own ideas of what you want to like achieve. So it's not showing you the actual future all the time. It's showing you what you want to see from the future, which possibly also like is just tapping into another timeline, and like your brain picks a timeline that it wants more. It's it's the Deoxys is also most likely something based on Vex stuff. And both the device and the Deoxys are probably based on something connected to the Veil because of the memory aspect and like history of the universe. Like the Veil knows all of that. And Maya eventually like I think they abandoned the device at one point, and because she did like agree to go with her wife to Neomuna to like to follow Soteria really, because they knew that she crashed somewhere on Neptune, I believe. So they like essentially used the Exodus stuff to escape and ended up on Yamuna. Yes, that is also true. Finn, who wrote in chat.
You were on a roll. I didn't want to
Yeah.
interrupt.
So the device was obviously like it was left on Earth, and the fact that Lakshmi went back to it is also showing you how connected she is to Maya, because there was something inside of her, I guess, that like motivated her, pushed her to go there. But after all that, Lakshmi went back to the Fisher War cult, and the device was still there, and she was using it actively, and it was not good for her brain, if you can imagine. Reminds me a bit of the Anthem, choosing which timeline you want most. Yeah, it's very like it's so specific. Like it always prioritizes something that you really, 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 really want to see. I think what's the no, it's not this one. I'm trying to find, because this one, I think this isn't. No, this is about the Scion. We'll see. That was in Splicer. It's easier to find here. Oh, yeah, here. Let me put it in the other browser. But the way it shows stuff. So like this is her like viewing the future. So like she saw like 7 different possibilities. This was from Splicer. So when she was like using it at a time, and she's basically constantly being shown similar things until it like kind of narrows down to what she really wants to see, herself as a head of state, as an exo prophet and savior. And obviously like because she kept seeing the portal and the like a battle in the Elixir Quarter, she kept thinking, oh, the Elixir are gonna do this to us, like they're gonna open up. Was it good for her brain? Understatement of the century. Yeah. She was trying to like. It was basically feeding her what she wanted. Like she wanted it to be justified. Like, oh, there's gonna be a battle in the Elixir Quarter, and that like they kept repeating, and she was like, of course, the Elixir are gonna do this to us. Also, Asher speaks, which is what happened because he did show up.
He did.
He did show up.
Assistant with his Morse code beeping.
Yeah.
Just a little guy.
Yeah, just a little guy, and he was like, assistant. He speaks like it as well. Yeah, so that's the device. It's not good. I would be fine though. Promi.
Built different.
Yeah, built different. Yeah. Surely it won't be my fault. Maya. Maya was yeah. So we'll go into Maya now. I think Finn should read some of these because of the blurb. But we should actually start reading.
I was gonna say we've been streaming for an hour.
Yeah.
Almost.
We needed all the background.
Yeah.
Also, like as you can see, this is the Mesa, so that was the Blood Garden, which is the actual like lore book thingy image in the game. You can read all of these in the game because they've been opened up to everyone who wasn't there at the time, which is really nice. So even if you didn't collect them, you can see them.
Yeah. Or you can read them on the Ishtar Collective, which some people find easier.
Yeah, it is a little bit easier because you can like, I mean, you can read on your phone. People be on those phones.
On their devices.
On device, yeah.
And the finger guns, you can't see it, but I'm doing it.
The device.
I'm annoyed about my camera not working, I'll tell you that.
Damn it. We've been having some technical difficulties also on my side as well, but whatever.
Yeah. Bell's entire laptop said no.
Yeah, and I would be using it as a second monitor, but the laptop was like, actually, no, I'm not participating in this.
Okay.
Realis is the first of the lore tabs, and as we said, Realis is a grammatical mood for something that is a statement of fact. So technically, everything that happens here is fact, because like that's what this is supposed to kind of symbolize.
Mhm.
So this is the stuff that did happen and is known. I guess I'll read the first one because your guy is not here.
He's in the second one.
Yeah, he's in the second one. So I think is this? Do I have to zoom in on the text because I wanted to have text on the page because it's easier to follow.
It looks alright on my screen.
Yeah,
for
it's
me.
fine. Right. So Realis. The undying mind lies in the garden, a ruin of metal given over to greenery, a barrow rising out of black soil, rich with nitrogen and thought. Everything in the garden becomes of the garden eventually. Shed leaves decompose and fertilize the soil. So do the bones and unspoken ideas of everyone who couldn't find the end of the maze. So do the wordless songs of the vexed gardeners. They walk between the leaves, encouraging growth, laying down their bronze pathways, the only straight lines in all the garden's tangles. The Vex weave themselves into the garden, and the garden returns the favor. Harpies patrol in the air as goblins do on the ground, their wains wafting in the still air on their endless, untiring rounds. The pathways lie dull against granite. No power runs through them, not since the heart stopped beating. But the Vex of the Soul Divisive have programmed themselves to worship the darkness. It has given them power before. And the Vex understand time. What has happened before, somewhere, will still always happening. Is still always happening. What will happen is happening now. Soil that lies fallow for a season will recover and produce again. Power that wanes will wax again, if the ground is ready for it. The harpies stop where they are, a shudder running through each of them in order from one end of the garden to the other, a flicker, a wash of power coming from somewhere distant, a pulse. The power it carries lights up the pathways. The mind's eye blinks for a bare moment under its blanket of lichen. The power passes through the garden, overruns the Vex machinery within it, floods the network beyond it. A moment held, like the shore after the tide rushes out. Motes of something that isn't dust shake in the air. The bronze pathways hum, a counterpoint to the goblin's song, and the garden's door vibrates with them.
Are you saying that there may be sounds involved here, Belle?
Listen. This.
I know it's a big leap.
Wait a minute. I forgot. The sounds have activated. Okay. So this happened because we know it happened. As much as it can happen in the Black Garden, because as they say, what has happened before is somewhere still always happening, and what will happen is happening now. But
so really important here to
yeah.
note that it reflects the way that all of the Vogue lore talks about the Vex.
Yeah.
Specifically the Vault of Glass stuff.
Yeah.
More than anything else. Like, even the Infinite Forest Vex are not... Even though that's still the precursors, like, it's not... It's not talked about in the same way. Everything with the Vault of Glass Vex is cyclical.
Yeah. And that is going to be relevant in the next page. Also, there are a few things here. So, like, a few things, like, kind of give us a sort of timeline, which, I mean, as much as it can with the Vex. But, like, you know, not since the heart stopped beating, so that tells us this is after the heart has been destroyed. But obviously they've been... And also, like, obviously the Undying Mind is dead, although it's not really dead because it, like, wakes up. And then it is, like, implied that this wash of power, this pulse, is the light from the Traveler waking up, because of how it, like, is described, like, the power kind of, like, passes through the garden the same way, like, it passed through the entire solar system, and, like, it kind of, like, alerted the Vex that something has changed. And also because clearly when the Traveler woke up, that also activated the pyramids, so the pyramids responded and started coming over, which took them a while. It took them a while to come here, but they did. And obviously the Vex who worship the darkness would know that they've been active, because the pyramids were inactive in deep space, which is probably also why Soul Device were kind of like, whatever. Like, the heart is dead, the darkness is gone, there's nothing really we can do anymore. So they kind of, like, stood there and waited. But the mind's eye blinks for a bare moment, and it kind of reactivates, which is what would technically be are like, so this is like probably around the Red War, so it would take a while still to get to the point of Undying, where this book is from. A ripple in time, yeah.
When my mind went wakey wakey, it's
Yeah.
daybreaky.
Yeah. So that's like kind of an intro into this lore book, like basically telling
Also,
us
like
just yeah.
a really cool description of the garden and what's going
Yeah,
on in
it
it.
is really really cool. Especially like it's really. As I was reading, I was like, bones in the garden. Like, are they maybe Ahamkara bones?
Hmm.
Like in retrospect, it probably it
Bones and
wasn't.
unspoken ideas, you know?
Yeah, yeah, bones and unspoken ideas of everyone who couldn't find the end of the maze, and like obviously it could be other things because we know of other people who are stuck unstuck forever in the garden, but not really. But like now that we know about Taranis, it's very interesting. Like you can use that as a kind of oh, that's cool, the grand predictor. Yeah. Um. That's basically just like a description of like where this is gonna be set up, and also that like that something happened, that something reactivated the Undying Mind, and the Undying Mind is now back. Somehow the Undying Mind has returned.
You know what? I was resisting the urge to make that joke this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. Wait, is the creature still there? It is. She is. Okay. Then we go to the next one, which is Mirative, and Mirative is
A
where
grammatical mood that expresses
Yes.
surprise at unexpected revelations or new information.
yeah. So new information, and surprising new information, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Which
Mhm.
is exactly what happens here, and that's gonna be Finn because of the guy,
Mm-hmm.
because of Finn's guy.
Let's see if I can make it through this without crying.
Yeah.
Do we need to explain who Praedith is first?
Do you want to? Feel free.
Quick rundown because I'll cry otherwise. Praedith is one of the first Vogfire team, most of whom we don't even know their names. We know there were 6 of them. We don't know who they are because the Vex just erased them from time.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have never existed. We know they must have done.
Yeah.
But like it's like kind of like we know that dark matter exists because like there has to be something there, but we can't see it and we can't measure it properly. So like they have been erased from time, and their impact on everything has been erased from time also.
Yeah.
And it kind of it sort of all extends out. So Praedith is the only one of them still alive because he wished that this would never end during the Ahamkara hunt. Like he wished for things to go on forever, and he kept wishing.
Yeah.
Because he was having a really good time with his besties.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and technically it will never end.
Yeah.
Because he is trapped in the Vault of Glass forever, not dying, not really living, just existing. Kabir sacrificed himself so that the next people that came in after them to the vault, very titan of him,
Mm-hmm.
he poured what was left of his he drank the Vex milk basically, Oracle specifically, and he poured what was left of his light into an Aegis as shield, which is the relic in the Vogue, in the Vault of Glass.
Yeah, you gotta hold him gently.
Yeah, and he basically protects you from being deleted, like the rest of his fire team were. Pahanin made it out. Beloved Pahanin.
Mm-hmm. And then as a hunter,
Cephalopod lover, hunter,
he
made a gun. Like he was so traumatized by everything that happened that, because he was like hallucinating and shit, and just like having been in the vault of Glass where everything was just fucked. Everything was just really messed up. And so he made a gun called Super Good Advice. Because it talks to you, so he would never be alone.
Mm-hmm. Normal.
Mm-hmm. And then, because he's a hunter, he went into the Crucible. What happened to him in the Crucible, Belle?
He was killed by Dredge and Yor with Thorn permanently.
He survived the Vault of
yeah.
Glass. He was the only one to make it out,
Yeah.
and he goes home and he goes into the Crucible,
And he gets killed by
and he's
Dredgen Yor.
killed by Dredgen Yor.
And what was the other guy that Dredgen Yor killed? Thalor? It's always like really funny to me because like Dredgen Yor, like he had 2 kills the whole match. What a sucker. Bottom fragging ass. He kills only 2 people in the Crucible match. Man, I don't want Dredgen Yor on my team.
Okay, Vance.
Help.
Points, trials, sweat.
Listen, I
I mean, come on, he's a Titan and he's still only killing 2 people?
yeah.
Titan's not cracked anymore?
I don't know. He should have been using he shouldn't be using Void and an SMG, I think. Help. They say that yeah, I mean he did like kind of kill them permanently, so yeah, yeah, that is a good point, Lily.
Yep.
My man introduced Winning and Rihanna 3. Yeah, literally. Pahanin knew both of them, both Winning and Ariana 3, and he was like, you two should meet, like you two should be a thing. And they did. And
You two should be girlfriends.
yeah, they met through him in a bar, I think it was a bar.
Mm-hmm.
And they became...
Of course it was a bar.
Yeah, and they became besties.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, he doomed not just himself, but everyone. Like, he doomed them as well. I mean, you know, they had a good time. Ariana did not want to be remembered as a tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
Famously, that's what she said.
Yeah, which, like,
Shoot
yeah,
Mal for
man.
voice. He should have been using Void and an SMG. Gal pals, yeah, they were so gal pals.
Yeah. Man, I'm normal about Waning and Ariana. Why are we talking about Shadowkeep and not talking about that? No, we can't do this. We can't
Yeah,
do this.
we're moving back. We're okay.
Alright.
So we know who Praedith,
Here's
Kabir,
it.
and Paharin are.
Yeah.
And this is gonna be about Praedith. So Finn, that's your blorbo.
Sobbing and wailing.
Yeah.
He's had this hallucination before. It's not that good as hallucinations go. Braided's radio is talking to him, voices rising out of the static. He wishes it'd at least use a familiar voice, a Pahanin or Taiko or Kabir. He'd even take a mirror at this point. He turns his head toward the radio. His cheek scrapes against granite. It hurts vaguely, the same way everything does, muffled by too much time and not enough light. You said that already, he tells the hallucination, helpfully. It squawks. I did? When? Last time. Or the time before. Chronology is a lost art in this cell. Alert, Spelunker's contact band 227.97 something something Skyshock potential. His voice fades. It hurts to talk. Say again? The hallucination has a new voice this time. Sharper, male, nearly mirrorish. The band number? Praedith rolls back over to face the ceiling, blank as always. He sighs. He's catalogued constellations in its speckles, cats, ghosts, and a squid or two. Excuse me, whoever you are, the first voice is back. We're calling from band 227.17. If you were contacted by another 227 group, we really need to know. You said that last time too. A third voice interrupts. Did the other group use this radio frequency? They did. Praedith hasn't had the strength for fiddling with his radio lately, in new attempts to contact the world outside this cell. Hasn't had the strength for much but counting off meaningless intervals of time, waiting for the next window to chance a message. We've tried this frequency at least a dozen times over the past month. It's never worked before. Then what's changed? The question shakes him out of his torpor. Praedith sits up, a wave of nausea following, and he repeats the question out loud. Maybe it's not a hallucination. Maybe he's finally breached the walls of the vault somehow. Maybe he has a chance. Hello? Are you still there? All he gets back is a wash of static. Whatever signal he was picking up is gone. Man!
So, first and foremost...
My guy.
Yeah, it reflects what this means. So this means a surprise of new information or like unexpected revelation. And the unexpected revelation is that something changed.
Mhm.
Like, he helpfully tells us that like he's had these hallucinations before, that like he's talking to people and that like there are other people like replying to him and that they have like these conversations that keep happening almost identically, like over and over and over again. And like at this point he doesn't give a shit anymore because like it's just he's just having hallucinations or like he's just like repeating things that are like happened before. But this time he hears something new, something that like doesn't go as it usually does, and that makes him obviously very excited and hopeful because maybe he now has a chance to leave the vault that he's been stuck in forever and forever will be stuck in. And obviously at this point we don't know like what he's hearing, but I mean we do because we've read the lore book before. So he's hearing obviously the Ishtar scientists, and the little hint is a 227. So like their like radio frequencies are using the amount of times they've been simulated, and then an extra like kind of so like 227 is like the base number of like because there's 227 of them, and then they're differentiated by these other extra little numbers, so he always knows who's calling him essentially, like which iteration of the Ishtar scientists are calling him.
Yeah. So like Emson 12 in this case would be Maya 227.12.
Yeah. And he so like the radio, like he does actually have a radio. Like this is, it's not some kind of a it's not like a metaphor. it's an actual, like he has equipment in there. And clearly he just like obviously he's using it because like I mean he is literally alone in the Vault of Glass forever and forever will be. And he
It's
hears.
also worth noting the. Sorry,
Yeah.
go on.
No, yeah, you go.
I was going to say, just like reading it from the top down, it's also worth noting the granite thing,
Mm-hmm.
because that's like a really like big thing with Vex architecture. It's granite,
Yeah.
because it was the same in the garden,
Yeah.
and it's the same in the vault.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been used in the first lore type as well. That they're like.
Yeah.
Like he's just trapped, and he's like talking to whoever, and like at this point, like as he says, like sure he has hallucinations, but like he would at least prefer someone who he's familiar with, and he'd even take a mirror at this point, which is Asher,
Yeah.
Asher Mir. So like that's also very funny because like he knew Asher.
Like, he mentions Asher twice in this one.
Yeah. It's clearly something that like it's he must have been like at least on somewhat like super familiar terms with him, because like he thinks of him several times. Also
Wink,
interesting.
wink.
Yeah, also interesting that he Teiko 3 is the you know.
Chat might not know.
The chat might not know indeed. She got funneled into a crystal. We came down here as a squad of 9. Watch the whistle. Ripped the light out of my best. Okay, that's not relevant, but that's who Teiko is. Yeah. And then what he gets is basically his. So like he mentions that several times, that like he like that the conversation goes as it usually does. So it's like he's not really focused on like what's going on. But then those other people are kind of like asking for more information, for more like clarifications, and that doesn't make any sense, because like what is happening now? Like what changed in this whole place to like allow for that to be possible, for someone else to like be contacting him in a different way? Yeah, and obviously they say we've tried this frequency at least a dozen times over the past month, and it never worked before, but now it does. So something has changed, both in the Vault of Glass. Like for him, it's in the Vault of Glass. He doesn't know where the others are. So, I mean, like they're just like in the Vex network, essentially. So he's very excited at this point because, like, hey, something's changed. But then, of course, as he tries to contact them again, nothing happens. Whatever signal he was picking, it's gone. But it's proof that things can penetrate through the Vault of Glass. Like it's not impenetrable. Like he can, certain things can just change, and that's huge. And that's the narrative, because it's a huge revelation.
Yeah. So the last time that we heard from Praedith was in D1, when the Vex let us into the vault to get the Fallen out of there.
Yeah.
And the last thing we heard from him was like like tell him I lived.
Yeah.
Because he's so frightened of like being forgotten. Because
Mhm.
he's trapped in there on his own forever.
Yeah.
And like not until he dies, just forever. Like
Mhm.
he cannot die.
Yeah.
He just exists.
Yeah. It is important to know that, like, he did say that he has no light. He lost his
Yes,
ghost,
he lost his ghost.
so he's lightless. But he
But
can't.
he's timeless as
Yeah,
well.
he can't die because he's trapped in the vault of glass, which is endless. Like, it's, you know. So that's not good. That's very bad. And he'll mention that, and then we'll cry all together. Okay. Um.
Speaking of crying,
Yeah. Next one. Oh, you can also.
next one.
Yeah, you can do that one as well. I mean, that is your.
You're gonna make me
guys'.
read out the letters.
Yeah. How do? Yeah, that's. I like Destiny formatting. Gnomic, which is. Where did I write that down? I wrote it somewhere.
It's a kind of writing or speech or whatever.
Yeah.
It's sort of like it's brief and seems wise and intelligent and blah blah blah, but it's like mysterious and difficult to understand and doesn't really make a great deal of sense.
Yeah, and also there's
Like
another.
incomprehensible.
Yeah, there's another possible like definition,
Yeah,
which is that
grammar
it's
thing,
a
yeah.
grammatical feature that expresses general truths.
So
Which,
it's like
yeah, again,
it's quite a complex thing. But if we're taking the grammatical version of this, then yeah. So back onto the first Vogfire theme.
So a Twitter post. Help.
Incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pensive Edge Transit.
Pensive.
Yeah, so like we've Belle, you need to be a Twitch streamer just for the emotes.
Literally, I need to put the Pensive Edge Transit about, and then like the whole
Yeah.
chat is just like Pensive Edge Transit. Mentions Kabir, Pensive Edge Transit.
Yeah. So yeah.
Speaking of Kabir.
Speaking of Kabir, so one of the last things we heard from him, where is it? Back in D1, Relic
Damn.
Legis. These are the last words of Kabir the Legionless. I have destroyed myself to do this. They have taken my ghost. They are in my blood and brain, but now there is hope. I have made a wound in the vault. I have pierced it and let the light in. Let in the light, sorry. Bathe in it and be cleansed. Look to it and understand. From my own light and from the thinking flesh of the Vex, I made a shield. The shield is your deliverance. It will break the unbreakable. It will change your fate. Bind yourself to the shield. Bind yourself to me. And if you abandon your purpose, let the vault consume you, as it consumed me. Now it is done. If I speak again, I am not Kabir.
Man.
And then in Curse of Osiris, we got a ship called Kabir's Glass Aegis, which is interesting because it's the same as Saint's Grey Pigeon.
Yeah, it looks the same. It's
just
the same.
With, like,
it's the same model.
Yeah, same ship.
Yeah.
And this is one of those ones that's like
Titans.
Impossible to read properly because it's all about formatting and stuff like that. But it uses this same KKVV formatting, which is like why we know for sure. Like you can tell anyway, but this is why we know for sure that this is Kabir.
Yeah.
So
I'll put it
like
here. This way, yeah, it looks like a Grey Pigeon.
Yeah.
But it's very glass, so it's very
yeah, like it's very like Vault of Glass, but yeah.
Oh, this is the same as Brass Gardener seen in Spiral.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm not gonna read that because like it's
written like coding.
Almost, yeah.
Because Vex, but
yeah.
You know.
So like the most thing is like case future return inevitable light truth dark.
Yeah.
If the wardens see the bright as death, so the light as death, and the thinkers equate black with end, so the dark with end.
Yeah.
Then KK, which could be their desire is not malevolent, it is survival. She is wrong. There is no evil, there is no despise, there is no separation, there is harmony inside if you allow it. It was not done. I speak again and was wrong. I am still him and I am now them, and that is future VV.
Man.
So K, Kabir, V, Vex.
Yeah.
So
And-
like it's a little bit difficult to pass, but
It really is.
like that's
But like this is again because this is repeated now in Nomic.
in aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Nomic. So he is not he is walking in the garden. He is talking silent singing. K K V V V V V. And it's important to note that so it's K and then KV in one.
Yeah. So he's merged.
Yeah. Watch your six, don't worry about me, grow, grow, grow. He holsters his gun to gesture, he holsters his gun to drink, his gun is rusted into its holster and he will never pull it out again. How bad can it be? How bad can it be? How can we grow, 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 grow? A titan is a wall, a shield, a cup filling itself to overflowing. The container changes the shape of its contents, but the contents change the nature of the container, and the nature is eternity. Who knows what's listening? It's listening. It's saying grow, grow, grow. There is a shape that is his mind, and the shape is to protect. The shape is sacrifice. The shape is grow. V, 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 V. He was named too well. He is his own grave, and the cut on his left hand will never heal.
Man. Man. It's very interesting that it's garden, like he's walking in the garden,
Yeah.
because I mean he died in the Vault of Glass,
Mm-hmm.
and he was transformed there, and his Aegis is there.
Mm-hmm.
But
we do also know that the precursors put the Undying Mind into the garden.
yeah, so yeah, it was that's what I was thinking about. The precursors made the thingy, the Hydra, the Undying Mind.
Yeah, yeah, the Soul Primeval.
Yeah,
they're the white Vex with the cool handles.
Yes,
They used to be on
kind of,
Mercury.
yeah, with the kind of white and gold. They're like the
Yeah.
past Vex, so precursors.
Yeah.
And the descendants would be the future Vex, so which are kind of
Yeah.
dark brown, like with very dark colored and more circular. The precursors are very like
Yeah.
shaped, sharp. I like them. I mean, everyone likes them. It's the precursor Vex Chrome, that shader.
Yeah.
So you get like
They
very
are
kind
the
of,
best Vex.
yeah, kind of whitish and gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very
Whereas
very cool.
the bronze Vex are
Yeah.
the Hazen Corrective Protective. Hazen Lords.
And we call them precursors, but like they're also soul primeval.
Yeah. They're
Can I-
just cool and I like them and I wish we could see more of them.
Yeah, they are
Just sing it, bring Mercury back.
They are this. I'm always saying this. I really do. Am always saying this. Whoops, that's a wrong. Can I do this? Perhaps I can.
What are we looking at?
I'm trying to find. Oh, there it is. There they are. They're very pretty.
Yeah.
I like them. Pretty Vex. Okay. So some details here. A Titan is a wall, a shield, a cup. Man, Titans. Titans.
Yeah. A cup filling itself to overflowing
Yeah.
is...
Yeah, they really are.
Uh-huh.
It's really interesting that the whole thing with growing in the garden, like he's going through some stuff. And there's like still parts of him, because like at the beginning it's still K.
Yep. Like there's still parts of him left.
Yeah.
But the thing about the container changes the shape of its contents, but the contents change the nature of the container.
Yeah. It's
So like he is still in some ways a part of himself.
yeah. My
It's
metal,
still
I
there.
who I miss. Yeah, there's definitely like, there's still him, despite him saying like if I speak again it's not me. But then in Glass Aegis he said,
I was wrong.
yeah, I was wrong. I still exist. I wonder if the Vex shape progression reflects increasing complexity, curves being more complex than it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it's quite a sharp change between the precursors and the descendants.
Yeah, and also like the precursor Vex arrived on Mercury a long time ago, but we'll get to that in Trials and Tribulations.
Baffling
Mhm.
situation. Absolutely baffling lore
If you
book.
think we are unhinged about this one,
These are the
this one's fairly straightforward.
yeah. So these are the descendants. So these are future Vex. As you can see, they're like
Yeah,
very very circular and they're very very different in color. And
round boys.
that's quite the change they go through.
Hmm.
This guy has a tail.
Yep.
It's very funny
Hmm.
because they. I mean, he does here as well, but like it's not as it. Hobgoblins are
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once we get to the most baffling lore book of all time, like I think unveiling is easier to understand than whatever the fuck is going on. In
Well,
Trials and
Valen's trying to tell you something specific. Trials and Tribulations is
Yeah. I- we
it
s-
makes about as much sense as what gives me pause.
yeah, because we don't know who the fuck is talking in the brackets.
Yeah.
Tails very important to Vex development. Yeah.
Hmm.
They're like we're gonna make bigger tails as we continue.
Yeah.
And also, what is very interesting as a little bit of a detail is what he says here. He was named too well. He is his own grave, because Kabir means grave in Arabic. Is it Arabic? It's in something. I think it is.
I think it's Arabic.
Yeah. It might be in other like yeah. If it's not, then Arctic will literally kill us later. But I think it is. So his name, yeah, he was named too well.
Turkish, Google says.
I mean, wouldn't that be? In we'll see. It might be similar word in
Yeah.
several similar like related
Yeah, yeah.
languages. The KV makes me think Control key, Control V keyboard shortcuts. It will be the first time they've embedded. Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
100%.
yeah.
Especially with the Vex, because the Vex.
A lot of the Vex stuff does that.
As we were talking about, like the Glass Aegis ship, like this is literally coding language.
Yeah.
And as I said, where is in Spiral? In Spiral, Brass Gardeners, also the same type of like
Which brass
kind of-
gardeners is what they are.
yes. And they're also talking like in like coding language, which is
Mhm.
also incredibly difficult to understand what the hell is going on. The
It's like you
Vex,
can read it, but it takes a minute to like.
yeah, and you can
take each
always
line
like
apart.
you could be wrong in what you
Yeah.
conclude because like it's just so out of there. Yeah, anomaly plus plus, adding one anomaly. Yeah.
Hmm.
There's like a lot of these little details with the Vex and with this lot, which is kind of like I'm taking a coding class and I'm like, what? Yeah. A lot of a lot of Rasputin as well
Yeah,
is
yeah,
written in pseudocode.
yeah. It's
Uh,
not like a real coding format. It's just like in that style.
Yeah, that style of. There are like some stuff, like obviously like plus plus stuff is like
Mhm.
it's very like it obviously means things, but you know.
Yeah.
But that's our update on Kabir. In
Mhm.
what would that be, like
In
4
Undying.
years? Yeah,
Yeah.
or sorts, maybe more than 4 years. He's still out there, like. Oh, also this one, the cut on his left hand that will never heal. That's the Pujari reference.
Yep.
That's. Wait, I think it'll be easiest to do this.
Just search for Pajari. Yeah.
Pujari, the Blood Garden. I'm Pujari, yeah, and this is the lore tab that pretty much everyone knows. Despite like, you've seen this lore tab probably somewhere.
You've seen it in a comic at the very
Yes.
least because there is a really good comic.
There's a really
out
good
there.
comic that has like 30,000 notes. I didn't even know there were
Yeah.
that many Destiny players on Tumblr. But
Is it not just you reblogging it like 10 times? every
yeah.
day?
He gets cut. He not even gets cut. He has a vision.
Mhm.
These are visions I have of the garden, and then he. Also, this line is very, the garden grows in both directions, which I think something similar was said in Wish. at some
Yes, it
point.
was.
And earlier we were like, Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the screen. That's the line. um, and so he has a vision, and in the vision he gets cut. I reached out to pluck a flower in the shape of a ghost. I reached out to pluck it, and it cut me with a thorn. I bled, and the blood was light. And then one of my ghosts raised me from the sea. There was a thorn cut in my left hand, and it has not healed since. So that is a very, very clear reference, like specifically on the left hand, that will never heal, like to this Legend of Blackgarden grimoire from literally Destiny. When that would be 2015, so that would be that would be like a year after. Why was it not in any of the? Because 2015 was Taken King. No, that was just the update in the middle of the game, in the middle of the in between the expansions. Yeah, the garden and gardeners equals root and branch equals leaf and flower is really interesting, and I've been trying to understand what that means. The garden, and it's baffling. It's one of those things. Like, whenever if the Vex are involved, it's baffling.
Yeah, that the value of them is the same, but they're not the same thing.
Yeah.
Just equivalent.
Yeah. Just equivalent, which is again very, very interesting. There's a lot of stuff with roots, branches, trees, seeds,
Eggs. Sorry, I wasn't gonna do it. We're not going there.
Yeah, it's like pick one that doesn't fit, like those children games.
If you would like more context on the eggs, there is a law stream that's several years old at this point, titled "Emergency Law Stream." Go watch that.
Yeah, we were going through it there, very, very severely. Next, lore tab. That is also your guy. Oh, this is the one where he's seeing a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Epistemic. If you want, you feel free to also read about your guy.
Okay.
Yeah. An epistemic is I wrote here linguistic modality that encompasses knowledge, belief, or credence in a proposition, like something that may, might, or must be, which is interesting.
And it's often held up in comparison to Deontic, which is the title of another one.
Yep. So we have epistemic and Deontic. Deontic is next one.
Yeah, which is Deontic is kind of like rules. Like,
yeah, so Deontic is what should be, and epistemic is what
be.
may be. Which are not the same thing, if you can believe that.
I bet you're all glad you tuned into this.
It's been redacted day since Egg mention, please. Oh my god. But yeah, epistemic.
Okay. Praedith has watched from his cell for longer than he knows how to quantify, sitting inside looking out. He's seen so many different timelines, there's no way to know which are real. From a certain point of view, they might all be. Some things he recognizes. He sees the Traveler often, though he can't feel its light through the bars of his cage. Sometimes it hangs over a city so familiar it makes his heart ache. Sometimes it hangs in an alien sky, and foreign shapes make airy loops around it, ghosts of unrecognizable make. Some visions he gets once, while some come back over and over again. One recurring image, a piece of the Traveler cracked off from its body, lying belly up in a forest, with a small figure standing in front of it. The figure changes every time, but the sickly glow of the Traveler doesn't. Once he sees a vision of himself. Straight shoulders, warm... Shit. Can't read this one because I'm going to cry. Straight-shouldered, warm in the Martian sun, standing between Kabir and Pahanin. Kabir's helmet is familiar. It's one Praedith helped make. He was a defter hand with spin foil lamination than Kabir ever was. Kabir had worn that helmet barely 5 years into their life as a fire team, worn it for 6 straight months, till he cracked it in half in the Crucible. That vision makes Praedith weep. Desiccated as he is, he didn't think he had it in him.
Man.
The vault shows him Mercury again and again, recognizable only thanks to the scale of the sun in the sky. Sometimes there's rubble hanging in space, a planetary ring still forming. Sometimes there's nothing but rubble, and when he turns he doesn't see any of the other planets in the system. Gone, somehow, eaten down to the crumbs. Praedith wouldn't mind those visions so much if he could only feel the warmth of that colossal sun. His hands are always cold here in the vault. He sees waves of aliens cross the solar system's threshold, emerging into the light from outside the heliopause. Into the light?
Into the light? Holy shit.
Urging them into the light from outside the heliopause. Some of them travel with the air of eager, conquering armies, paint fresh and banners snapping. Some of them move as if they're on the run from something behind them, out in the galactic dark. He watches the movements of the Vex. He learns to tell them apart. The shining silver ones, the brass ones with backswept horns, the ones with eyes glowing white. Occasionally scattered among them are pockets of Vex stained with verdigris, their arms trailing shoals of moss. All of the other Vex keep away from those ones. Twice, he's seen other Vex fight the mossy ones. It looks like the other Vex are frightened of them, as much as Vex can be. Some timelines have veils drawn over them, a darkness too thick to see through. They push back against Praetor's sight, resisting. All the timelines he sees could be true for some living thing. He doesn't know which are true for him. He doesn't know if that's a meaningful question to ask. He asks it anyway and keeps looking. There's no reason not to. He's got all the time in the world.
Yep. So that is what may be. So he's seeing a lot of different shit.
Some of which we know is true.
Yeah, some which we know is true, and some that is not yet true, and some things that like possibly may not ever be true, but like it's very interesting, and we'll go with them one by one because some of them are really cool. So this one is interesting with the Traveler. Obviously, like he can feel light and all that. Sometimes it hangs over a city so familiar it makes his heart ache. So, like that's our timeline where the Traveler is over our city. Well, it has been until recently. Sometimes it hangs in an alien sky, which again makes sense because the Traveler has visited plenty of places. And I really find it interesting that like he mentions this ghosts of unrecognizable make. Like, does that imply that he's seen like just a thing that didn't, like a timeline that didn't happen, of where the Traveler gave ghosts to someone else? Or is it like he identifies it as ghosts but they're not really ghosts, they're just kind of like similar? It's very interesting because like that could be a timeline that's a timeline of the past. Like he may have seen the Traveler on Reese, for example, but obviously they didn't have ghosts, so whatever that means, it's like it almost.
Or does he mean servitors?
Yeah,
like
could be servitors, but I mean he would be able to recognize.
But he recognized what that was.
Yeah,
so.
he recognized what the servitors would be. So this could be. It could also be like a distant future of like our city. Like alien sky could mean like in 10,000 years on Earth things are different. Like stuff like that. It's unclear, but it's kind of to show that like he's seeing so much that doesn't like really. Like he can't know if this is true or if this will ever be true, or if this. Wait, the creature has turned around. Yeah, she's turned around. He doesn't know, basically, but like it's really neat detail, like ghosts of an unrecognizable make. Like wow, that's fun to think about. Like of like possibly some other timeline in which whatever happened on Earth happened somewhere else, and then there are different ghosts, and like everything is a little bit different. So like he has a lot of TV to watch. At least in the vault of glass.
TV inside his head.
Yeah. And it's like he calls them visions, but like we do know that some of the stuff is real. Yeah. So the next one is really, really cool. Because he got this only once. Sorry, this is the recurring. So he gets some of them once, but some of them are like constantly like repeating, and like the one that's repeating is the piece of the Traveler cracked off from his body, lying belly up in a forest, which is the shard of the Traveler in the dark forest, and with a small figure standing in front of it. This is our Guardian, standing in front of it, in the Red War, where we get the light back from the shard, like almost 100%.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah. And the figure changes every time, but the sickly glow of the Traveler doesn't. So like the Traveler stays the same because I mean, it's showing the same event, but this kind of proves that like every young wolf is technically canon, right?
Yeah.
It just changes based on the timeline. So like it's there's no a single canon young wolf. Every single one who has a young wolf, like that young wolf is canon for you in your timeline. Like it's a really cool little kind of a detail.
Yeah, it's a little nod to like, hey,
Hmm.
we see you, Guardian.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. It's not like
yeah,
the guardian is specifically like I don't know, exo warlock or something. Like it is for you, but like it's, you know, I see there's a heated debate going on about the code.
hmm
Maybe ghosts adapt to light bearer species. Yeah, I think like if the traveler did on Earth, like if it did what it did on Earth somewhere else, the ghosts would probably look different. Like almost
it's
hundred
also like,
percent.
we use ghost shells, right?
Yeah,
So like their initial ghost shell is from the Traveler. It's of the Traveler.
yeah. But like the
Um,
actual ghost is just a little sphere.
it's just a little ball,
Yeah, which makes
which is why you have
sense.
like Finch
Yeah,
and Imaru, like, cause like all of um the bony hive guys.
yeah. Um, but like the actual ghosts are just little balls, which makes sense because they were made by the traveler, who is also a ball.
hmm I hold on. Are you saying that a theme of Destiny is orb?
I really?
Yeah,
There
we
are,
cracked it. We've cracked the code.
yeah, there are
Everybody go
orbs.
home.
There are orbs in Destiny. Wait, I have some orbs here. Just a second. Orbs. They're wooden. I do have pyramids as well. Don't worry about it. Destiny's a shape game. Yeah, just going
His
around and
geometry was.
yeah, the triangle's attacking the circle. Destiny has balls. Yeah, many. Like I have at least two. There are at least two balls in Destiny. Um, so that's one. This one is just we are crying. I don't know what to say about this one. This is just like a cruelty against people in particular. Like so, like it's very interesting because like he has these like grand visions about impossible events like happening outside of the Vault of Glass that he can't participate in because they're like
There's nothing
he's
he can do. He's
yeah
just
he's
watching it
stuck.
happen.
But
Yeah,
also he has little visions of just like his past and stuff, and that's the one that makes him want to cry.
he does cry.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
like, and he
yeah,
didn't think he would be able to
yeah.
because, like,
The way it's phrased though, like as desiccated
yeah,
as he is, he didn't think he had it
yeah,
in him, and like he just cries alone in the Vault of Glass over like a simple thing. Like this isn't even some kind of a grand vision or anything. He's just like he sees a helmet on Kabir that he made, and it got cracked, and like this is some kind of it's just a fond memory of like them as a fire team, and it just breaks him.
yeah,
Which like
yeah,
it's always the simple things that break you.
yeah, and like the being warm as well, and
Yeah,
like because like, it's like he's associating them with warmth,
yeah, yeah,
like being with them as well, and it's like standing between the two of them, like,
yeah.
man,
And then he also says always his hands are always cold in the Vault of Glass later.
yeah,
Which like man, real for real.
mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, what do I even say
Go
about
on, Mel,
this?
go on. I
what
was
do I
letting you
even
take
what
this
do I
one.
even say about this? The f- it's interesting because like it's specifically Mercury. Like the Vex have a lot of worlds, and like the Vault is on Venus. Venus is a Vex world as well. There are others like you could have seen Nessus. You could have seen, I mean,
Volantis.
Volantis, Europa, hell, even Mars, because that's where the Black Garden used to be, the door to.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so like there's a lot of options. Like he could be seeing anything, but like he's seeing Mercury like over and over and over, like the Vault specifically showing him Mercury over and over and again.
Yeah,
And we don't know why, but like it's obvious that Mercury means something to the Vex. I know, shocker, complete shocker. Like that's the most thoroughly terraformed world for them, um, which they terraformed like as like nothing else,
yeah,
essentially.
and they arrived a very, very long time ago in the system
Yes. Like they
to fuck
were,
Mercury up.
yeah, they were essentially they were on other planets before they were on Mercury, technically, because of the time shenanigans, because they inserted themselves into so like when we got to Venus, we saw their ruins on Venus as if they've been there for thousands of years. So that's in the
Yeah.
Golden Age. But on Mercury, they arrived. They arrived on Mercury in the collapse, so way after. But they completely fucked up the whole planet. Like
Yeah.
they saw that thing and were like, "Is anyone gonna mess with this?" And they like, didn't wait for an answer. Everyone was like, Clovis also was like, "We should just destroy Mercury and make a Dyson sphere from it."
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man, leave the planet alone. It didn't do anything.
It didn't do anything yet.
Yeah, it, man. But some wild shit is going on there because like the
Yeah.
vault, focusing on that specifically, is very interesting. This might have been also because this is Undying, so this might have been kind of like wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Someone else said in Sundial, like that some
Mhm.
shit is gonna go down on Mercury like soon, which it did. So it could be like a kind of a nod to hey, remember Mercury, where you can't use your sparrows? You will soon. But yeah, sometimes there's rubble hanging in space, a planetary ring still forming. The rubble being because not only was Mercury fucked up by
got
the Vex,
destroyed. Yeah.
it got also siphoned by the Almighty, which was using it
Mhm.
as fuel. So the planet was literally breaking down into pieces in space. I don't even know how it was. The fact that it was still there is quite honestly like a miracle. I don't think that should be
like,
that shouldn't be
I
possible.
made you a planet, but I eated it.
Yeah. It was genuinely in shambles. Like that planet was in shambles. It's interesting that in Root of Nightmares, when you see it, it's full. It's not destroyed, which makes sense. Obviously, they wouldn't just be like to
Yeah.
make the model like different, but I mean they could have,
Unless
unless
is how.
it's man. Also interesting. Sometimes there's nothing but rubble, and when he turns, he doesn't see any other planets in the system. Curious.
The dark future, you say?
Yeah, it's also interesting because like this, I think this implies that like all of the planets are destroyed because like there's nothing but rubble of Mercury. Like there's no planet of Mercury either, and there's no any other planet at all. My laptop is going through it. Okay. It's like there's nothing. Like the whole system is gone, destroyed, which is definitely a terrifying future to see in the Vault of Glass. Oracle sounds don't. I mean, Oracle sounds doobie tones of some sort. Plot twist: Mercury self-healing. Oh no, Mercury is a sound singer. Kill it. So yeah, we don't know what it's. He's just being shown distressing things, especially like the stuff about basically the whole system being eaten away is like it's not something that you want to see when you're trapped forever in the Vault of Glass, I think. And then yeah, this is where he starts losing it again because obviously he wishes he could see that warmth that he's now missing because his fire team is gone and he's always cold in the vault. So that's not good. And the rest of it is also very interesting because again it's showcasing more stuff that we now know. I mean, this happened. Like he sees waves of aliens across the solar system's thresholds. That is correct. That did indeed happen. Just a second. Advanced options. Yeah, sure, whatever. And then he also sees, yeah, they're coming from outside the heliopause. Some of them travel with the Arrow Figure conquering armies, which again is most likely referring to the Red War, the Red Legion. And because again, this is not like this is from Undying, but it's basically summarizing what Praedit has been doing for a while. So not everything is directly related to just the current time of when this came out. And then some of them move as if they're on the run from something behind them out in the galactic dark, which is also true because a lot of people did come here specifically to hide and to not get killed by the pyramids and by other things that are chasing them. And now they're our allies. Since they're always cold because because Bahani and Kabir aren't holding them anymore. That's so true. That's so true.
I am
And
correct about this.
yes, I mean, it's impossible that you're not correct about this.
Mm-hmm.
It,
I'm
it's
always right about everything.
it's known. I mean, especially about these three. And then he's also watching the Vex TV, and he learns how to tell them apart. The shining silver ones, that's the precursors. The brass ones with backs with horns, that should be the descendants. And then the ones with eyes glowing white, and then obviously these are the Mossy. This is the Soul Divisive, and then this is how we know. This was the source
Mm-hmm.
of us knowing that other Vex don't really like the Soul Divisive. Like, I don't think it's been specified before that. Like,
No, this was like the first, like,
yeah,
because we knew about the precursors putting the Undying Mind there and stuff like that,
Yeah,
but we
yeah.
didn't.
know that like there was a change in how they like perceive, because to us like a lot of stuff about the Vex is like, I mean, they're the Vex, right? They're all like they're just a hive mind of sort. Like,
They're a hive mind, like assault almost.
Yeah.
Not quite, but
yeah, and like there's not really any difference here in like, I mean, the Vex is a Vex. Like, we don't have like friendly Vex, or we don't have like Vex who are, I mean, we have a friendly Vex, and actually we have several friendly Vex if you consider Asher. Anyway, there's like a lot of stuff like with the Vex that are really just kind of, there's no point like getting to know them better, which was because they're just the Vex. Who cares? Like, we just killed them, which is also why there's some guy who was exiled for this. I don't know what's his name, but you know, it's just some guy. Never mind about him. The occlusion is vibing. Some guy called Osiris, who was specifically like, hey, the Vex are kind of a bigger deal than you think they are, and people are just like, I mean, they're just stupid robots, like, who cares? And then they were like, get out of here.
the Vex aren't robots.
Yeah, literally. Yes, I assumed like that would have been like something that people would tell him, and he would be like, you guys are so wrong. Like,
I mean, like, he argues with Anna over it, like,
yeah, I mean, he argues with Anna
in
about
Seraph. Yeah, well, yeah,
everything.
but, like,
it's
but like even then, like, he can't help being pedantic about it
Yeah.
because it's an important distinction.
yeah, and people kind of like say that to rile him up. Sometimes, like, they're like, well, you know what's gonna happen now. He's gonna. I see that quote got added. The occlusion is really, really cool. I want to see more.
I
of
would
the
like
occlusion.
to know more about the occlusion.
Yeah. She's just a baby. That has to be Soteria, like a part of her, because like, I mean,
It's gotta be, yeah.
it did say like in the message that it is Soteria, or like part of it, like at least part of her.
Mhm.
She just went back to the Vex because she was part of Vex anyway. And she had predictive capabilities. That is so interesting
Mhm.
that the Vex can predict things.
Yeah.
I wonder if that
But
means
you'd be like, we're sorry about Rasputin.
yeah. Poor Rasputin. Man.
He actually got a reference here. Skyshock potential.
Yeah, because that we didn't mention that, but like that's the
Yeah.
Ishtar Collective, because they don't know what's happening in the current timeline. They are from the Golden Age, so they were hearing things that were from the Golden Age. It will actually be specified because he will talk to them, and he
Mhm.
will tell them like about the Traveler and about the Guardians, and they'll be like, okay.
What the hell?
What the hell
the-
happened over there while we were gone? Also, yeah, the thing with the simulations of the scientists, like, they gained kind of their own sentience. Like, they became like fully independent. They're not just simulations. They like evolved like
Mhm.
quite significantly, actually, which is why Maya was kind of like, we can't kill them because like they're individual people now. Like, they're simulations, sure, but like to them, they're like sentient essentially. So like, just deleting them would be kind of weird to do that. So they like, you know what? Let them explore the Vex network. Fine. How are the other Vex afraid of the Soul Divisive? They are afraid because of the darkness. Like he specifies like it looks like the other Vex are frightened of them as much as Vex can be. Like saying that they're afraid is maybe not the most correct, because I don't think they really do feel like fear as we understand it. But it's kind of like how they feel about the Taken and Kuria. They did not like Kuria or the Taken or the Taken shit that Kuria was doing, because that's paracausality to them. They don't understand what's going on. So a part of the Vex, like Soul Divisive, who are worshipping the darkness and who are like introducing this element of paracausality and like trying to introduce this element of paracausality by like making the black heart and like praying to it. That was like, what the hell for the other Vex? They don't understand what, like, why did this is. It's like I don't know what would be a good analogy to like explain the way the Vex might feel about paracausality. Yeah, things that don't make perfect sense are scary. Yeah, exactly. And to the Vex, like they can they like other Vex's times to stop. Yeah, they don't know what that is. It's a completely strange element. It's like another dimension of existence that is completely incomprehensible to them. And like they're trying to understand it, but like it's just not something that they can understand right now. And especially darkness, because darkness is a lot more metaphysical. Like now that we know, obviously, like light is physical and darkness is like all the stuff like memory and shit. Like they have, they should have like some sort of ability to understand that because of what they are. Like they're basically the same thing as the veil, like a web of consciousness. But on the other hand, it's paracausal, and they don't know that. Yeah, it's a new variable. Yeah. So to the other Vex, it's like the Soul Divisive are fucking weirdos. They're insane. They're lunatics. What are they doing? We don't want this here. Which is why they like mostly keep to the Black Garden, and other Vex are apparently fighting them. And as we said at the beginning, this is the first time we've actually gotten this information, because to us the Vex were just Vex. I mean, there are some differences, and the differences are like basically time-based, like, and like kind of like factions, like the Hazen the Hazen Vex on Venus and stuff. But we didn't know that they actually have like ideological differences, and Pradith is the one who told us that. Like he told us, well, the other Vex don't like the mossy ones. They don't like the Soul Divisive, and they fight them actively, which is very interesting. It is also very interesting because of Season of the Wish and Scatter Signal, in which they tell
very
us...
normal low tab scatter signal.
Yeah, very, very normal low tab, because that tells us... Like, one of the concerning things is, like, yeah, the Vex don't agree on everything, which we know, that's fine. But apparently, they do all agree on one thing, and that is that soul is salvation, which is... What does that mean? What the hell does that mean? They're trying to do something, and they're trying to do it in soul, and that's the only place where they can do it, and that it has to do something with paracausality, I think. Because soul really is the only place.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, that's where everything. That's both the Veil and the Traveler are here. And if they're trying to understand it, they are not going to be able to do it anywhere else except here. And I mean, and we've not had time to really deal with them in a while. Mostly because that one guy who is really into them has been indisposed for 2 years. Man, that gave the Vex a lot of head start. And also kind of the fact that the planets got yoinked. Because both Io and Mercury were Vex places.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still gone. The only two that are still gone. And we don't know why they were even taken. So, whatever the Vex are doing, it's not good. Especially when it's related to the Black Garden, which it is.
And Spyro the Watcher as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And this season specifically was very much about setting some stuff up, and that stuff relates to the Black Garden, which is why Aspect suddenly became very interesting again. It's kind of like a nice little loop.
Yeah, they've been going really hard this season on little things about the Vex and not so little things about the Vex. Like,
yeah. And like tying it back to the begin, because like the saga
Yeah.
technically began with Shadowkeep. Like a lot of people like Light and Darkness saga. Like sure, it's been going on for 10 years overall, but the actual like plot line that we're dealing with started in Shadowkeep. That's what they said. Like the Shadowkeep was the beginning of
yeah,
the actual like what we're dealing with now, like the direct plot. So Shadowkeep and Undying, which is where this is from, is the actual starting point, and it starts with the Black Garden, and in Season of the Wish it ends with the Black Garden, which is very interesting, and also why we've been
Where-
going insane over aspects.
Whereas in D1, you know, like that really iconic thing with Elsie
Yeah,
on Venus.
yeah, yeah. And it's like, man, Granddad's been on vacation. If you can call it that. The Ishtar symbol. Yeah, the Ishtar symbol in the thing is just,
Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah.
it's when we saw that, Finn and I just kind of like stood there,
The noises?
shocked. The noises were out of this world, almost like a time loop. Yeah. But yeah, that's the reason why we're doing aspects, because a lot of
Yeah,
people didn't read aspects, and because it's very old and like it's kind of not advertised really, and it hasn't been relevant. But then this season was like just a barrage of aspect stuff and dying stuff in general, because like obviously the weapons returned as well. The four
And
weapons.
like that's not an accident.
Yeah, yeah. And they specifically drop from the Black Garden, from the Starcrossed. I mean, they drop from other stuff, but in Starcrossed you can only get those four.
Yeah, and then like they specifically said about when they were talking about bringing old weapons back,
Yeah,
that they would be released in seasons where they were relevant.
yeah, exactly. Which is
So-
why it's very, very interesting. Also, I didn't mention that the four Undying weapons are actually prophecy weapons, but messed up, but like messed with by the
Messed up garden versions.
So Osiris made them in the forest from scrap, which is why they look the way they look, with like the tubes and like nails and stuff.
Screws, yeah.
Yeah, literally like
Swords that held together with screws. Great job, Osiris.
literally great fucking job. I mean,
Yeah, screws and rope.
he did his best, I think. So it's actually interesting to see a comparison, because oh, that's a lot of. Where are you? Lore entries, yeah. Right, doesn't have a lore tab. Impaired doesn't have a lore tab. The Garden Progeny does. Of course it does. I saw something in the chat. Never mind. So can I? Using. All right.
You mean you don't know off the top of your head what the garden progeny lore tab is?
No, I know. Yeah, no, I know. Don't worry about it. If you want a prophecy. So that's a wrong link. This is why it's not working, because I didn't actually copy the link. That's very interesting. So the way it looks is kind of like it's made from scrap. So that's the original prophecy weapon that Osiris made, and like it's kind of like put together, on the go. And then that's the one that's the scout rifle that he uses to
So Rasputin, yeah. His dinky little scout rifle.
to threaten Rasputin.
Rasputin's keyboard.
Yeah, Rasputin's keyboard, yeah. Was the Infinite Forge connected to the forest? Technically, yeah. Like it was using. We don't know, but it was
the problem
using.
with a lot of the Vex, you kind
Yeah.
of you like. So much of this has to be like conjecture, but backed up by like good theory, not
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah, because like the way it worked is we needed like little Vex materials, and then we would put them into the forge, and then it would spit out a weapon. So it must have been like, and it was connected to that wall that was showing all the prophecy like symbols. And I do believe that like there was some kind of a connection to that. Like, the reason why it was working is because it was connected in some, because it was being the weapons were being made by the forest, by like different timelines. That's the
Yeah.
whole point of it's got trench barrel, Titan said helpfully,
Yeah.
because it was making well, that was Sundial, so that was a little bit different, but the forge itself, because is also like so similar. Yeah. Yeah. They weren't like super connected to actually doing activities in the forest. Like you could do any activity. There was a lot of different stuff because, like, I mean, it was curse, so you know the way that those activities worked were kind of not the best, famously. But I do believe that it should be like some kind of a connection because Osiris did make them while he was in the forest that we know of. So by like using the forge, we were essentially like just taking them out of their place. But yeah, they became mossy. Yeah, it's the same gun. Just has a little bit of leaves, which is very interesting because like they specifically got turned into the soul divisive type weapon. Very intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
And now we can move on to. I think that's all the details that we.
Yeah, I think that's all the relevant ones.
Yeah, this was there was a lot of stuff here because of all the visions that he's
Mhm.
having and like little references to different things. Deontic, and now we get to see what the other side is doing,
Mhm.
which are the scientists, the Ishtar collective. That's a lot of stuff, and I think I can do that one.
Okay.
Yeah. So Deontic is the other modality that shows how the world ought to be. So like, as we said, epistemic is what may be, and Deontic is what should be, which I think is them trying to like put things together. Because until now we've had Predith, and now we got to see what they're doing. Okay, Deontic. The pulses are stabilizing. The voices come often enough now that Predith has been introduced to their owners, Sundaresh, Essie, Shim, and Dwayne. I don't know how to pronounce this, so I'm not gonna try.
It's a Gallic name. I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
it
Scots
is.
Gallic.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah.
The DH on the end is very difficult to pronounce
Yeah.
for English speakers, and a lot of the time it doesn't have its own sound. It's like related to what comes before it, so I don't know how to pronounce it either. I have looked for like days
Yeah, I know that
trying to find like
I've looked as well, and like
yeah,
he's gonna just be Dwayne.
yeah, because like I don't want to butcher it.
Yeah, we're gonna like absolutely. I'm gonna be like saying it differently every single time. It's gonna be really funny. So it's 4 of them.
Yeah, McNeve is close, but like it's
Yeah.
not like the um it's the DH that's
Yeah.
the problem.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like
That's usually like a back of your throat like gargling noise. Which like
Oh,
Belle could
gargling.
probably do quite well, but like
I can probably
can't.
gargle the noise, but
But it doesn't make a DH sound, or like if it's Irish, it's like almost a t sound, like a soft T.
yeah,
D
it would have to
sound.
be like
Um,
it would have to be like
but in Scots Gaelic, it's a different sound, so I
Yeah, and
can't
also,
do
like,
either of them.
it doesn't really tell us much because again, he could be anything really because
Mm,
the Golden Age was very very diverse and they were like
Yeah.
mixing culture. Like so every name is like a combo of like several
Yeah.
cultures and like it's just
Yeah.
you never know.
And it's really cool,
Yeah,
but
it is really cool.
I don't want to butcher his name,
Yeah.
so
So Sundaresh, Essie, Shim, and Dwayne, just to make it short. Not infinite mirrored variations of them from different timelines, but simulations all split off the same base, way back in what must have been the Golden Age. Some have grown far different from their progenitors. Some have not. We have to base the modifications on the Ansible system. One Dwayne says he's either from 227.13 or 227.204. The voices have been bickering in his ear for what feels like hours. The Ansible is a thought experiment. It was proved impossible, says another. Some people, Predith has heard, are their own worst enemy. In case of Dwayne, this might be right. He's arguing with himself, essentially. Like his two simulations are arguing. An impossible machine could be the only solution to getting us out of an impossible prison. So how do you propose to build it? Finally, a decent question. Praedith jumps in. What materials would we need, hypothetically? We're limited by what I've got with me. He's in contact with 6 groups of them, all based in Vex network systems near Venus. They must be within ambit of the vault's entrance, whatever that means. There are more of them further out, both in the solar system and in the Vex information networks. Up to 221 more, apparently. There must be a way to contact them too, to use whatever let them connect with him and go even further, till they can figure out why now and what's happening, what the Vex are doing. What do you have with you? That's Maya, Dr. Sundaresh, brisk. The others listen to her when she speaks. He has 3 guns, 2 disassembled down to their casings for parts, 2 boxes of physical ammo, and 1 of Omolon energy cells he's been using to power his radio. He stripped his armor down long ago. He made a comm unit from his helmet and pulled fine coils of wire from the conductive pads off on his gauntlets and steel plating from his boots. In his pockets, he's got lint and the wrapper from a candy Pahanin tossed at his head half an hour before they entered the vault. It's worn soft and folded into a shape of a crane. No ghost. Her loss is one thing that he has never gotten used to after all this time in the vault. He still wakes up some days expecting the small weight of her on his shoulder.
I hate it here.
Man. Anything to etch circuitry with. If you give me 10 minutes, he's got a laser pointer and the focusing crystal out of his Omolon rifle. While he works, all of the Kiomas hold their own discussion. If Praedith exists physically, even if the space he's in isn't strictly real, he has accesses we don't, and vice versa. Maybe together we can get something to work. If you believe his story about the Traveler, one of them says, doubtful. 227.18's Kioma, more skeptical than the others. I've believed weirder, another one of them says cheerfully. She pauses and adds, yeah. Do you remember the first thing we saw the Vex do? Go for Maya's throat? No, jump into that frame, clear through the air. 6 Kiomas rattle their fingers against their radios in unintentional polyphony, thinking. Think we're close enough to Vex at this point to use one of their tricks? 227.18's Kioma turns wry. What's a little more tightrope walking between friends? Praedith lifts his head from his former laser pointer. How much of a chance does this actually have of working? This was Shim, usually the quietest one. Oh, negligible, but it's better than chasing after tech disproven centuries ago. Praedith doesn't have enough scavenged parts for both trials. It's one or the other, a choice they can't undo. They take a vote. Praedith marks the tally with screws on 2 adjacent flagstones. 227.18's Kioma gives the first eye. It's unanimous. They're taking the leap. That's interesting. This is the first time we've actually seen them interact.
Mm-hmm.
Because until now, Praedith has been trying to understand what actually is going on and what changed. I see that you've been crying in the chat in the meantime.
I was crying and wailing in preparation for the candy wrapper.
Yeah,
I knew it was coming.
Yep, same. And then the ghost.
Mm-hmm.
So Praedith has figured out that there are 227 of them. He's in contact with 6 groups, and then he says there are 221 more. So he's been talking to them for quite a while, to the point where he can differentiate between the same person from different versions, which is it's a little detail, but it's insane how much time overall has passed for him, because he's he's stuck, but he knows them so well by this point from all their discussions that he can differentiate between the exact versions of each one of them, which is man,
and he can only hear them.
Yeah, he can only hear them. So he just bases that on their voices and their personality from that's that can be transferred through the voice. So they've been arguing. Some of them are arguing with with themselves, which is really funny. Especially this Praedith. Some people Praedith has heard are their own worst enemy. It's yep.
It's really good.
It is really good. And so they're trying to because the Ishtar collective scientists realize they're also trapped. They're trapped in the Vex network, and they can't really do much. There's something going on with them as well that makes them think there is a possibility of us kind of maybe being able to escape now that we are in contact with a person who is apparently physical. Like, that's one of the things that Maya, I think it was Maya.
If he's real.
Yeah, if he's real. No, it's Kiyoma. Kiyoma is like, if Praedyth exists physically, even if the place that he's in isn't real, he has some access that we don't, and like we have some access that he doesn't. So together, they can find a way to maybe leave their respective traps, because obviously like Praedyth is in one place, but they're in some other place. Obviously, and like he figured out that like they're somewhere in the Vex network somehow, which he doesn't like fully understand, but like, I mean, who could? And then they both, like, from both sides, they know that the Vex are doing something that makes this whole thing possible in the first place, because before this he couldn't, like, this wouldn't be possible. They wouldn't be able to communicate this way. So then he starts like making things.
Also, quick shout out to Ursula Le Guin. It's a really good little nod.
Is
The
it?
Ansible.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's a made up word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I read about that when I was looking at like, what is that? Usually when I
Left-handed darkness.
yeah, usually when I read like a lore book and like I'm like, oh yeah, I understand this, and then like, wait a minute, there are so many words here that I just like I can't figure out.
Googling things you don't know is the best way to do stuff. But
yeah.
it's a really good little reference.
It is like when if you really want to like read some of the lore books, I mean even lore tabs, a lot of the time it's really really helpful to just Google the names of things, even if you think you know what they mean. You might be surprised.
There'll be like a secondary meaning or something.
Yeah, there'll be like a secondary
'cause-
meaning, or there'll be like some other like explanation that explains a certain sentence a little bit better. It's really like it happens quite a lot with, which is why like Destiny lore is like usually people will say like, oh, it's difficult to read, which it is a lot of the time, and but like it really does help to do a little googling. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ansible's like instantaneous or faster than light communication,
Mm-hmm.
which is what they're trying to do here.
Mm-hmm. And like, it's also why who says that? Someone says it. Kiyoma, I think. Like,
It's a thought experiment.
yeah. Like, we shouldn't be
It's one
wasting
of the
time.
Dwaynes.
Yeah, we shouldn't be wasting time on some kind of ancient thought experiments that maybe this probably doesn't even work. We should like try. We should try something that might actually get us out of here.
Yeah.
Instead of like using some sort of made up thing.
And it's the most skeptical Kiyoma as well. It's
yeah.
one that says yes first.
Yeah, and the one who also says like, if you believe his story about the Traveler, because to Kiyoma, to those like simulations, the Traveler is just a ball. Like obviously it's very 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 alien and eldritch, but it didn't do.
She's like, the fuck is this orb?
Yeah, it didn't do anything at that point. Like it terraformed planets and stuff, but like it's not.
It's just been silent.
It didn't. It didn't make the ghosts and make people into immortal toddlers. So it's a little bit different. So yeah, they're kind of arguing, and they're like, well, Praedyth can make a thing physically, and we can like access the network. And and they don't think that it's gonna work. So like when Shim asks what is the chance, she says it's negligible. Like there's no, like we're not really putting that much into this, but at least it's something.
Mm-hmm.
And at least it's like an attempt that we couldn't do before. So why not? Also, really, really interesting. This line. What's a little more tightrope walking between friends? Because I've already searched for that. Because there we go. Deterministic chaos has two people talking. One is this, which is Rohan, and one is this in brackets, which is unknown. But this unknown person does mention this specific phrase. And it is more or less 100% that this is Kiyoma.
Yeah.
Who is speaking in the brackets of the, like, in this lore tab for the Deterministic Chaos, which is related, again, to the Black Garden and to Rohan's excursions into it.
Yeah. And we know from the Veil logs as well that
Yeah.
she just kind of went,
Yeah.
I'm not dealing with this shit anymore.
Yep.
I miss the real Maya.
Yep.
I'm going
And
somewhere where there's a Maya I can talk to.
yep. And she is a possible Blackhearted again. So like there's again some shit going on in the Black Garden since Lightfall, and that's really interesting because I mean, again, a story loop. And clearly they are planning something with obviously like this is really interesting because of it references the Ishtar scientists as well. I miss my wife Rohan. Literally, she misses her wife Rohan. Yeah, so that's very interesting. That like kind of little. It's such a small thing. Like it's literally just one word, but it's not random. Like
Yep.
I don't believe that it will be random.
No,
It's to tell us if you've been paying attention or if you remember. This is like your hint to know who is the speaker. There's like some other little details that also point to Kioma, but this one
But like
specifically.
that's like the yes, definitely.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because it ties to Aspect lorebook, like the lorebook that most people have forgotten or haven't seen at all. And they decide they're taking the leap, so they Praetor will make their little thingy, and they're gonna try. And then we have a Telic. And that is, in linguistics, it's presenting an action or event as being incomplete. So whenever, like, in language, when you're presenting like some kind of action that hasn't been completed, that's an atelic, like, action, essentially, or way of speaking.
Yeah, and it's something that doesn't necessarily have an endpoint either,
Yeah.
whereas telic is something that does have a clear endpoint.
Yeah. So when it's atelic, it doesn't have to have an ending.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting because this is kind of an outlier lore tab because it doesn't relate to any of the people we've seen, but it does relate to the Black Garden.
Yeah.
Because the speaker of this, the narrator of this lore tab is Tevis Larson, as you can see here. And Tevis.
Who's that, Belle?
Tevis is just a little guy. Every time I saw it was just a little guy. Tevis was a hunter who was in like a group fire team with Cade and Shiro and the others. And he was having a great time in general all the time. He didn't like anybody. He was like, Cade is always lying. I just don't give a shit. But one of the most important things about him, for me personally, is that he created Tether. He made the Void Bow. Or like at least he perfected it, but like he's kind of shown as being the one who kind of discovered or like created that specific super for hunters. And in Taken King, when Tether was first introduced, if you're a hunter, the quest to get Tether is to go into the Black Garden, find his dead body in there because he died in the Black Garden, and then since he's already dead, we're like, well, I mean, he's dead, and then we take his power essentially, like we take his light, and that's how we learn how to do Shadow Shot. Yeah, we literally owe him our lives. I owe him everything. He has done for hunter culture more than anybody else.
You mean you don't owe Felwinter for Well of Radiance?
Sure, him too. Yeah, but specifically for hunters, this is like we owe him everything. And he died. We don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if we know why he went to the Black Garden. I mean, people just do be going there for no reason whatsoever and then getting messed up. Shout out to Aldrin. Hello. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'd be fine if I went to the Black Garden. I'm built different. Rip to these bozos. But, yeah, he made Tether. And he died in the Black Garden, so we had to go there and take it from him. And he's gonna be very, very mad in this. I mean, not really very mad, but like he will mention this in this lore tab, which is really funny because he's kind of like. But despite the fact that we found him dead, he's speaking to us. That's very interesting. Black Garden things are normal and totally fine. So
And like again, like the way that this is linking the vault and the Black Garden and the vault and the Black Garden over and
yeah,
over and over
yeah.
again.
There's something. We stole his swag. Yeah. Yeah. There's some kind of a connection between Black Garden and Vault, and like it's also very interesting in general because it also connects Ishtar Collective and the Vogue Fire Team and
Hmm.
anyone who's ever been to the Black Garden. Like it's just so much. Like obviously the main connective point is the Vex, who are completely like they're doing something we don't understand, and that will come to like bite us in the ass very soon, I believe. So
Echoes.
yeah, man, I genuinely once again
More
looking.
excited. Like I am looking forward to Final Shape, but I am
Yeah,
more excited about the expansions.
yeah. I like the final shape is like I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm
However,
really excited. But
echoes, Jesus,
yeah,
this is incredible. Anyway,
are you doing this one or shall I?
I can do this one, and then you have it's gonna be Prey Death on the
Okay,
next. I'm pretty
sounds
sure.
good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I should because it's Davis.
Hmm.
It's my guy. Italic. Describe time. No, really, give it a go. You're going to say something about a sequence of events, aren't you? Seconds sliced off a clock, marching one by one off into infinity. Go ahead, use your metaphors. A line, a loop, a flat circle. Heard someone say time was like water once. At least that was novel. The Vex, they're closest to understanding it. They've got distance from it. If time's a river, then we're fish and they're diving birds. What's wet mean to a fish? What's it mean to an osprey who's never fooled by the refraction on the water's surface? Hold on now, you're gonna say. This is getting a bit abstract, even for the bodiless echo of a dead guy in the garden. You want concrete truths? Something simple, digestible, a story to keep the dark out? You want time to be a staircase we keep climbing forever. But hey, even a guardian skips back a step or two now and then. Die with your ghost in range and it'll just pop you back to before that bullet, give you the chance to make a fate you like better. Nothing's been simple on Earth since that big white cue ball rolled in from the next neighborhood over. And the stories, they don't work too well as a nightlight anymore. You're going to say, but the Traveler is our friend. The Traveler likes us. It gave us a golden age and garden worlds and guardians. You're going to say, you wouldn't be alive without it, Mr. Big Shot. Without it, I wouldn't be stuck in the Black Garden making bets with myself on which goblin's going to be the next slip on a soggy leaf and fall off a cliff either. You took my
Love
light
it.
already. You'd better take my advice. So, you know, we took his light. He's not happy about this. I know the void is still calling, but I've come untethered. I can't reach. Reach it anymore. So, if I'm right that I can reach you, you keep your ears open. I don't care how much you hate hearing it. This is important. The Vex understand time in a way we never will. Doesn't matter how long I spend here watching them. Doesn't matter how many jury-rigged portals Guardians fling themselves through. We live in time. They use it as a tool. Any moment that's ever happened, any moment that will ever happen, they can go back to it. Play it again until they get it right. Simulate it. The light's a counter to that. They come back, a Guardian comes back, they simulate an ending. A Guardian tears through it. Stalemate. But the Vex in the garden? They bend the knee to the garden's heart. It gave them power till you got lucky. The Vex outside, they made a different calculation. They run. But the Vex inside make the same deal you make every day of your unnatural life. And who's to say that deal won't start paying off for them again sometime soon? You can't understand the Vex, and you don't want to understand the heart. But is your ignorance any more forgivable when it's willful? Lots of questions and not a lot of answers. Better take care, or you'll drown in them. Surely as you'll drown in time, whether it's anything like a river or not. You see? That
Do
was.
we see?
I
I love this little tab. It's so good.
It's so good, especially because of the how he speaks, how he delivers it.
Mhm. Yeah.
He's kind of like
What's wet mean to a fish? It's
yeah.
really good.
He's and like that's a good question. Like yes, fish are in water, but like to them, wet is just a state of being. Like it's not doesn't mean anything to them really.
It's like what's air to humans.
Yeah.
You know?
But like what it means to an osprey who is never fooled by the fact that it's like, that it has to pass through a certain barrier. It's like really really good.
Mm.
And obviously like kind of concerning because he's telling us basically the Vex are something you don't understand, and it's gonna come bite you in the ass eventually. The Vex are safe scummers. Yeah,
So are we.
yeah. He's
That's kind of his point here.
yeah, he's very very snarky, especially about the Traveler as well. Like, well, Traveler helped us, ha ha ha. But like also, the Traveler is why I'm here. I wouldn't be here if it were not for the Traveler. And like, technically, like, you also didn't have to go to the Black Garden. Like, that was your choice. The Traveler didn't tell you to go there. But it's also, I also like how he describes the dying thing, like how we basically cheat. And also it's very interesting. Yeah, the little details of like who it is, because we didn't know who it is. Like, obviously the Ishtar like tags it, but to us there were only hints of a dead guy in the garden. You stole his light from him, and then he says,
The untethered line.
yeah, the void's still calling because like he was a void user primarily, and I become untethered. So like those were little details that were like, again, keen-eyed people were like, hey, this could be Tevis because he died in the Black Garden. We took his light, and he used the void and specifically tether, which is what we stole from him. So that's how we know that it's him. And it never says his name or anything. So it's very very interesting, like how he talks about it, because like the Vex understand time in a way we never will. Like, no matter what we do, we're not gonna be able to understand the same thing the way they do. But one day they may understand our paracausality, and then it's not gonna be good.
One day, someday, soon.
Yeah, and this is how also he like specifies like there's a lot of power to simulations, because they can just simulate every single scenario possible and see what is going to come like what is going to happen of that, and then just pick what fits them, which is again why the Infinite Forest was dangerous, because it was a planet-sized simulation engine, like the most powerful thing that we could like comprehend, and they have it, and they can just like simulate trillions of things until they figure out a way to do whatever they want to do. So that was like also not very good. But also he specifies that the light is a counter to that. It's like, yeah, they can come back because they have their little simulations and they can like move through time, but we can also come back. They can simulate an ending, but we can just destroy it, and that creates a stalemate. So essentially what they need to defeat us is paracausality. So, and I think that's what he meant here with this, the Vex in the Garden specifically, because they're worshipping the garden's heart. And now that we know what that is, it turns this whole situation a lot more concerning than it was at the time. Because like we didn't know really, we literally did not know for 10 years what the Black Heart was. It was just kind of like, oh, it's just a kind of a darkness thing that was harming the Traveler somehow. But now that we know that it's an attempt to recreate the veil, and that it was given to them by the witness. So that's very interesting, at least from what we can tell in in Spiral Brass Gardeners. Again, it took literally 10 years for this to be explained. But yeah, like the witness appears in the Black Garden, and it gives them a seed, which turns into the Black Heart. And after that happens, only then do the Soul Divisive actually essentially become like the Soul Device did not exist before that, apparently, at least from what we can see here. Although like it's again hard to say, so who knows. But yeah, again, very concerning things in regards to paracausality and the Vex. And This also aged nicely. You can understand the Vex, and you don't want to understand the heart. And now we do. And now we
I
do.
wanted to understand the heart,
Me,
Tevez.
yeah, I
I have
really
been bashing the
wanted.
doors down.
I really wanted to understand the heart, and but we couldn't understand it until literally Lightfall. And Unfinished Business is such a good quest. It was such like out of nowhere. Oh, by the way,
It
the
was so good.
Cloud Striders have been inside the Black Garden, and Black Garden like it explains the Black Heart. Like man,
Yeah.
that was genuinely if people who like stopped playing and didn't play that, like they did not play Lightfall, essentially. Um, yeah. Also interesting now in retrospect, the river metaphors
Mm-hmm.
because of the river.
Because of Osiris and Nimbus, yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about Strand.
Yeah. Again, this is like something that's not probably not like has been planned, but like it's a very cool thing to think about now.
To have pulled in,
Yeah, yeah. That like now that we know a lot more, it's very like nice to see. Oh well, this could connect. Even it may not have been. It may not have started as like a connection, but who knows? Like, it's a cool thing to see now in general, and be like, hey, that's a reference. Okay, next one. We are getting close.
Yep. We have 3 left, I
Yeah.
believe.
So this is. You can have that one. I think.
Alright. This is Joseph.
Yes.
Which is like an order in terms of grammatical stuff. It's like
Yeah.
the way that it's a jussive subjunctive, and it's the way that you would give someone an
Yeah.
order or an instruction or a command,
Mm-hmm.
or to use to wish something to be.
Yeah.
Which is interesting given
Is really
wishes.
interesting. Mm-hmm.
So, the pulses from outside the vault come quicker now. More copies of the Ishtar Collective team arrive, using them for a boost, leapfrogging in from the dark. Their messages are getting out there, out to the ends of the Vex networks. The pulses are getting strong enough that Shim thinks they have a chance to boost data even beyond the network's physical reality. Whatever physical reality means to them and to Praedith at this point, lifetimes deep in Vex projections. Praedith is attuned to the rhythm of the vault. When another pulse lines up with that momentary weakness that lets his radio work, he pushes a message through. It doesn't bounce back. It has gone through. He whoops raggedly. A dozen Ishtar Collective scientists return the cheer. They start to send messages scattershot. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever they can, whenever the pulses climb high enough to boost their signal. That works for a while. Then the pulses get too strong enough to destroy the integrity of the messages. Instead of skimming along the top riding the wave, the messages tumble through it and shake apart under its power. If they're getting strong enough to unravel data, it could be they're getting strong enough to carry something heavier than a pile of code. It's worth a try, Praedith thinks. Anything is at this point. Something is coming, a tidal wave shadow looming over every timeline he can see. Its peak rises sharp over the earth, breaking the Terminator's arc with a deeper darkness. The city can't escape it. Praedith carves messages into the last functional pieces of his gear. Anything that can serve as a bottle for his messages thrown out on time's ocean. And what does a Guardian pay more attention to than their equipment? They'll catch someone's eye somewhen. He knows the wave is coming. More visions flicker past him now, burning after images into his eyelids. More timelines, a possibility or eventuality he doesn't know, lost to the encroaching dark. He knows they won't be able to handle it alone. He knows they need a warning. They need to know it's coming. Soon.
Very
Wow, I wonder what that could be talking about
I don't
in
know.
Shadowkeep.
It's incredible because it's mentioning a shadow. That's incredible. I wonder what that means. Clueless. This is cool because I think again this is like some of the details that like we don't really understand like fully, but these pulses are most likely what the Guardians are doing in Undying, destroying like the other Undying minds. So, like as we were doing all of the Vex offensive stuff, and as we were killing the Undying Mind in different timelines, we are altering the timelines essentially. By doing that, we are making things. We're changing what the Vex have been trying to achieve.
Pruning.
And that creates pulses. And because of these pulses, Pradith and the Ishtar Collective can send their messages. And at first, as they say, they are just sending, like, just words, I guess. But eventually they think,
Yeah,
oh,
data.
we might be able to actually send...
Us and things.
Yeah, hi, Arctic. Yeah, it's aspects. Congratulations. It's close to the Forsaken Prince, because we're dealing with a Black Garden. Gotcha.
No, I need to refresh the page. My messages aren't loading again.
Yeah. It's very, very interesting, because it kind of shows that, like, this is happening while we are doing the thing we're doing. And through what we are doing, it's affecting the actual... like, it's affecting the reality, essentially. And it's affecting... Forsaken Prince reference. It's affecting, like, Pradith and the Ishtar Collective in the thing.
Yep.
Like, our work directly affects what's going on. And again, this is also why at the end of Undying, when we do kill the Undying Mind, eventually, like, that's what alerts... That's what leads into Dawn. That's what alerts... that's what, like, changes things. It alerts Osiris, who sees the difference in the forest, and who's like, okay, something has changed. Like, something happened. And then he calls Ikora and asks, like, what's going on, and she says the Guardians have killed the Undying Mind. And he's like, okay, I gotta go. Goodbye. And then he goes to Mercury, and then Sundial stuff happens. Well, obviously there's silence and stuff, but it kind of leads one into the other. So, like, what we do here affects essentially all of time. And it changes the simulations in the forest, and it changes the simulations of the future. And that's where essentially the Vex futures kind of change, like, fully. Like, that's when he says that a lot of things have just, like, completely shifted, and that now what he sees as the end point is the subatomic annihilation of the universe, which would be the final shape. Because, like, we worked so well with the Undying Mind and the Vex that, like, it completely disrupted their plans.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it also allowed these dudes to send their data.
And maybe something else.
Yeah, maybe something
I will be
else.
right back. My computer is crashing.
Oh,
Doesn't want me to talk about the text.
of course. It doesn't. While we're waiting for Finn, we will be rambling a little bit about that, because, man, so, yeah, the pulses get too strong, and then he's able to... What? Maxie is doing something. Look at her. She's scratching. She's a creature. Maxie? She does not give a shit at all. Maxie? Maxie? No? She does know her name. But she's nope, nothing. Okay. Creature, yeah. I heard her scratching herself. It's very loud because she's very big. But yeah. We have these pulses that are, like, a result of us dealing with the Vex and dealing with the Undying Mind, and that allows the Pradith and the Ishtar Collective to send their little data. And it starts with little data, and then it goes to Pradith trying to send, like, a physical object, because he feels like the he feels like it these waves can handle it, and they do. He also has another vision or something, that something is coming, a tidal wave's shadow looming over every timeline he can see, which are the pyramids, because that was preparation for what would happen eventually at the end of that year.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Hello.
And then its peak rises sharp over the earth, breaking the intermittent arc. The deeper darkness, the city can't escape it, which is also very interesting because of Into the Light. Because in Into the Light, the shadow is indeed over the city. Although not in the tower, but we're gonna ignore that. You can see them on Midtown. I think canonically they should be there. Like canonically, canonically the pyramids are in the city, like over the city. Just obviously the tower wasn't changed because I mean the skybox changing for this like what 2 months is kind of probably not worth it. And they've scrapped into the light in like 3 days with like a stapler. So you know I'm gonna forgive them for that. Probably nothing
Did
but
you mention Scattershot?
yeah, probably nothing but the waves describe very much like a river. Yeah, like waves of like the Vex stuff, and yeah, it's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you stopped when you were reading that. What
Yeah.
were you cooking?
Scattershot signal.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because it's the thing is a scatter signal. Yeah,
Yeah.
they start to send messages scattershot. Okay, I didn't. Yeah, I did not. I forgot about that. I forgot about this single word used in this
This
one
is
log
why you
tab.
don't have Chronicler.
Yeah, or rather, I mean, I probably.
Yeah, you've probably like come across it before. And...
It just didn't mean much before.
Mhm.
But I haven't reread this specific one after Wish. That is very interesting because that might confirm that the scatter signal. That the scatter
Normally,
signal.
I wouldn't pull it up, but with everything else that's been referencing this season,
Yeah, the scatter signal that might prove that the scatter
Yeah.
signal message was indeed sent by either the Ishtar scientist, which I believe that it was Kiyama most likely,
Mhm.
or like all of them together. It could be Praetor, could be
Yeah.
them together, like just sending these
Yeah.
messages and telling us, because he specifically says that he has to warn us.
Yeah.
He knows they need a warning. They know they need to know it's coming. So this could not even like this might even be referring to things further in, not just like the pyramids are coming arrivals, but like stuff about the Vex. Because the stuff in scatter signal specifically is like very kind of urgently telling us, hey guys, the Vex, you gotta pay attention to the Vex, like they're doing shit again. I can't believe I missed the Tevis chapter. You can we just finished it. You can rewind later. Rewind. You can't rewind when it's not a tape, but you know.
A tape? What's one of those?
I
don't think acting knows what a tape is. Acting was probably born after the last tape was made.
Yeah. No, wait, that's Dave. Oh, no, I think Agnes. Oh, the creature is cleaning her paw. Very important situation.
Oh, is that
happening.
why everyone was like yelling about creature earlier?
Yeah, she was scratching
for
herself.
like 3 seconds.
She was scratching and just completely ignoring me. Everyone underestimates the milk robots, literally.
They're not robots.
You're killing Finn.
Go back and rewatch the milk video.
Yeah, they are very much something
They're the
else.
goop. They're the goop.
They're the goop.
They just pilot giant robots.
They
to
are
them,
the
giant.
Do I do this? I will do it.
Arctic hasn't seen the Vex Milk video.
Yeah, you'll see it at the beginning.
Yeah.
What's on? What's that on?
What's which on?
Theories on the. Why did I search for that already? I mean, I know probably why.
What are you looking for? Paris?
Here, wait. This is a lot of highlights.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Yeah, some speculate. Some
I just
speculate.
reopened the tab. Yeah.
Some speculate that the radiolarian fluid is the last vestige of a biological life form that became the Vex. So true, Sister Feora theorist from your book's Theories on the Vex. That's incredible. How did you get that? Where the fuck did you get that?
I wonder.
Like I mean everyone knows that. That's, the what video? Season of Undying trailer. We watched it at the beginning.
It's very cool.
Yeah, when we finish, you can like rewatch everything else we've been yapping
Yeah.
about. The milk quote unquote robots. The Vexlos and analog Mass Effects.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I don't know the other ones yet.
They're like they're a Gestalt with distinct parts.
Yeah.
Fractions of a hive mind and all
yeah,
that.
and it's really, and like they're piloting their little robot like frames essentially to interact with the rest of the universe. It is really, really cool. I mean, they can interact with us without the robots by like infecting us and killing us and converting us. Rest in pieces, Asher. And Kabir.
I mean, he's one big piece, to be fair.
Yeah. He's been...
He's part of the Vex collective
he's
now.
so funny how he gets like mad about when the Vex computer are not accepting his inputs.
Yeah.
He's arguing with it and he's like, yeah, mood, but also like he's arguing with the Vex network.
Yeah, the entire Vex network.
Yeah. Who are all lesbians. Obviously. I also like it's so funny to me that like I'm gonna put a message on a piece of my gear, because like that's a physical thing, but it's small enough.
Mm-hmm.
And like specifically because a guardian will see a piece of equipment, they'll see loot, and they will take it. Man, if there's like a quest or something, because like they'll catch someone's eye somewhen, right? Like these things have not yet come to pass essentially for us, but they might. Like if they've been exploring like the Ishtar Collective and Praedyth coming back and stuff, this could be something that like, you know, we find a piece of equipment with a message on it at some point somewhere. That would be incredibly cool. And like it's Praedyth's message. Man, I mean, if they do bring back Praedyth, we will lose it.
Like, yeah, the Vogler also.
Yeah. Yep. So like
really normal about Fatebringer.
Yeah. And like again, like note how it never really confirms anything.
Yeah.
Like we can't tell whether they've actually done this and whether they've succeeded, which will continue all the way until the end. Very like specifically, it will continue till the end, which is why again Starcrossed was such a big thing, because that might tell us essentially they did actually do this.
They did, yeah.
And we're in a timeline where they did.
Yeah, where is your fate and who brings it to you?
Guardian loot goblin mode engage. Yeah, literally. It's so good. Ishtar Collective, again, and these are all like little different groups. So volative, once again, grammatical moods for indicating desires, wishes, or fears. Very interesting.
So this one's indicative as opposed to subjunctive, which is what the last one was.
Yeah.
And again, what are those weapons called?
They're called subjunctive and imperative and optative and authoritative.
Which they're all like types of moods, yeah.
Yes. So that's all very, very interesting that all of these are things like connected to the Black Garden and the Vex and the Vault of Glass and the Ishtar Collective and a little guy called Praedyth. Volative. So 227.97. That's the 97th iteration. Here's how it goes. You and Maya and Sheem and Dwayne take your first cautious sliding steps out into the VexNet information network. You get your footing. You've got to translate everything into metaphor to understand it here, and this is like tightrope walking on a greased line. You and Maya lean into each other. Shim slips, and you help him up. You explore, you go on. 227.3. Here's how it goes. You and Maya and Shim and Dwayne take your first cautious steps out into the Vex information network. You've got to translate everything into metaphor to understand it here, and this is like doing a Fourier transform on yourself down the blade of a sundial. You fumble a step.
Oh?
You fumble a step, and Shim and Dwayne hoist you back up between them. You come up with a pair of skinned knees, but it's fine. You explore, you go on. So this is in second person, and the narrator would be Maya. That would be Kioma. So Kioma is the main point here. 227.218. Here's how it goes. You all take your first confident steps out into the Vex information network. Maya says it feels like trying to get down a mountain on a surfboard. Dwayne makes grim pronouncements about avalanches, but he does this from a step ahead of you. You're all eager to get started. You come to a place that's a simulation of a world you don't recognize. hills rolling with grain that's just faintly iridescent, the color of their stalks an echo of the purple sky. Something in the distance calls out, a bird maybe. Something that might be the traveler lies on the distant horizon, a moon-sized eggshell discarded on the ground. It's spider-webbed with cracks. No light emerges from them. Dwayne walks too quickly, not testing the ground. He's gone before you can blink, fallen through an unseen edge of the simulation. When you move to where he disappeared, tilting your head at a certain angle makes the world give itself over to empty black with glowing wireframe edges that don't do anything to illuminate it. Tilt your head back, and there's nothing but purple wheat and the far-off call of an unknown bird. We've got to go after him, says Maya. We can't just leave him. You're all still shocked, faces drawn. Shim bends for a rock, squints, and tosses the stone underhand at the edge of the simulation. It disappears before it can hit the peak of its arc. He shakes his head. You and Maya repeat the experiment, heads cocked like nervy sparrows. When your rocks hit the void, they disintegrate first into wireframe and then into that black nothingness. You retreat, you put up a marker at the rise of a hill for all the good it'll do. You mourn, you go on. 227.7, you lose Shim. 227.33, you lose Dwayne. 227.200. The four of you cobble a radio together to contact the other teams. Every night, when you stop to rest, you click through the channels, hoping another team has had the same idea. On a cliff made of glass, topped with a thin layer of sandy earth and a thinner layer of grass, you get a response that's nearly intelligible. You rest the next night at a seashore under the glass cliff. You wake up before dawn at the sound of screaming. You don't have time to find out what's happening before it happens, very finally, to you. 227.72, you lose Maya. 227.41, you lose Maya. 227.59, you lose Maya. You mourn. The thought of all the other Mayas out there doesn't help. They weren't the Maya you'd puzzled with over living basalt flowers, of a world with 17 moons, a continent that Shim had sworn up and down was 16th century Australia, and that Dwayne couldn't be dissuaded from calling Pangea. You'd found simulation with a city where you discovered a jewelry store, picked out a necklace, brought it home to her, and wished her a happy pseudo-anniversary. Crying.
Mm-hmm.
That's not in text, but that's what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Maya didn't like bracelets, said they always fouled her work. Her hair had been getting shaggy again and was due for a trim. She could never decide whether or not to grow it out. She laughed at you, lifting weights to maintain simulated muscle, but she spotted for you all the same. There are other Mayas out there, layers of them, all the way up to the original, wherever she is. You hope they're doing well, but that doesn't stop you from missing this Maya, missing whatever arguments and discoveries you would have shared in the rest of the timeline, of the lifetime you'd promised to one another. Shim and Dwayne pull you up from beside Maya's marker. A basalt lily rests on top of it, petals thin enough to let the light through. You go on.
Wow.
Men, why? Why are we here? Just to suffer?
Always, always.
Yeah, just to suffer. So this is interesting because it shows what the simulations of the Ish Collective were doing before all of the stuff with Predith and what they're doing right now. It's like all of these like little snippets are like them exploring the Vex network, the different like, I guess, timelines, possibilities, options that the Vex have been like exploring as well. Because they are very clearly simulations, like specifically here where they are like, where Dwayne
Fall through a hole in the map.
Yeah, it literally falls through a hole in the map. And they're like, we have to go after him, but then they like start throwing rocks, and it's literally nothing. Like it's just a simulation that it just disintegrates you, because the Vex are like trying to do something, like to find something, to simulate something. We again don't really know what exactly is their like end. I mean, we do know some of their end goals, but like assuming anything with the Vex is not a good idea. So I like how like these first two like start the same almost,
Mm-hmm.
but then the third is like, because the first is like cautious steps, and then the third is confident steps. It's like it shows how different the different versions are. They like act differently, even though like they have the same base of like obviously they were like simulated through like the base Isher scientists, but like they grew differently
Yeah.
in each
And like the further
version.
they get from that original,
Yeah, the further they get from the original, the bigger
the more they become themselves.
yeah,
Yeah.
which is also why in the final one, Kiyoma is like, yeah, she loses Maya, and like she knows there's other Mayas. They are all very aware that they're just like simulated versions, and there's all of them like elsewhere, and there's the real Maya as well. Wherever she is, well, um,
He's
not
having a
good.
great time. Don't
Yeah,
worry about it.
not good. But she still mourns for this specific Maya.
Hmm.
And this is also very interesting because Kiyoma, the actual Kiyoma, like when she finally lost it over the veil and Neomuna and everything, she ended like she says I called the Vex and that's it. And
Yeah.
like it's very, very implied that she tried to reach these simulations.
Hmm.
Because she wouldn't call the Vex specifically to come kill her or like consume her if she wasn't
Yeah.
trying to reach these like simulations. And in so this one is the one where they show how they made the radio. They make the radio and they start calling, and they're thinking that maybe they can reach other teams. But one of them reaches Praedith.
Yeah.
Mysteriously. And it's kind of like, how they ended up being connected. Because, like, this one team made the radios, and they're like, well, some other teams might also make the radios because they have the same basic ideas, but...
And the same stuff with them.
Yeah. And, they talk to each other, but also they manage to contact Praedith, which is what gets them to the point where we're at. And then... I really like the whole little details about where they are. Like, on different worlds.
Yes, it's really good.
It's really, really,
Like the
really
shops
interesting.
as well. Like the...
Yeah, yeah. And, like, clearly some of it is... Like, the shop is clearly, like, a human world.
Hmm.
But also, like, there's others, like, basil flowers, a world with 17 moons, a continent that they were... that they argued about.
Yeah.
Like, they're clearly... But, some of it is clearly humanoid, but other stuff is just completely alien, which again kind of tells you the scope of the Vex, I guess, simulations, and like the scope of their reach, because the Vex have been around.
Yeah, and these guys are now outside time in a lot of ways, in the same way that the Vex are.
Yeah, so they can see not just different worlds, but like also different timelines.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's very interesting, especially this like the travel lying on distant horizon, but like it's not any of the human, like it's not Earth or anything. Like some sort of grain, but like it's faintly iridescent, and then purple sky, and then the travelers on distant horizon, and then this moon-sized eggshell discarded on the ground, and spiderweb with cracks, like almost like it's dead.
Yeah.
Or like inactive, which is it's also very concerning. Like where is that, or when is that, rather?
Traveler Brokey.
Literally brokey. It might be like something in the past, or like just completely like some kind of a future that the Vex are kind of trying to understand, or like it's really, really bizarre. But like they've been around, and they've fallen through the edges of the simulation, which is not good.
Can't say I've ever done that myself. I've never fallen through a hole in a map.
I have never fallen through the map.
There are some massive holes in the Black Garden map.
Yep.
In
the Starcross.
In the raid.
Oh, in the raid.
In the raid.
In the raid.
There's big holes in the raid map.
Man, we gotta go see them,
because it was cobbled together very quickly.
Y-
You can
yeah.
break into the first
Yeah.
encounter from falling into the map and then getting back out of it again.
Oh my god. I love those little things.
Yeah.
It's really funny. Oh, actually, I mean, devs are bad, and whatever. All video games have to be perfect.
Dead game or something.
Yeah, clearly.
Video games never had bugs in them.
Yeah, literally. They started, like, Bungie invented video game bugs. And, of course, this last one is just, man. It kind of shows how sentient they become.
Yeah.
Because, like, they still care. Like they've lived together at this point, even though they're simulations, and they're perfectly aware that they are, which is also very
Yeah,
interesting.
none
Like
of them are under the impression that they're like the originals or anything.
yeah, they know exactly that they're simulations. They know that there's others, and like they're all. It's perfectly logical and clear. But no matter what you do, like she lived with this specific Maya,
Mm-hmm.
and she forged like memories with this specific Maya, and she mourns her, even though like again it's
Yep.
just simulation. It didn't like, and it also like makes for what happened for the actual Kyoma and Maya. Like
Yeah.
man, Kyoma just like ends up mourning for Maya in every version of their lives.
Which is one of the reasons why with the whole the way it is with Saint Osiris, and he sees himself in that.
Very much
it's
so.
like the darkness fucks people up.
Yeah, and like he specifically sees himself in Maya,
Mm-hmm.
because he's like, this is what I would have done to Saint if I'd continued on this path.
Yeah.
And it's like very, it wakes him up. It really does. And it's like, man, you're fine. It's fine. I promise.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine now.
And hey, there are some Mayas and Kyomas out there who are okay. And
Yeah. Yeah.
maybe we may even meet them. Who
Maybe
knows?
we may even meet them. And finally, we have Irrealis, which, as we said at the beginning, is a grammatical mood indicating that a certain situation or action is not known to have happened at the moment of speaking, which is very important because at the end, we just don't know if what happens here has actually happened.
Mhm.
Except it probably did because of Starcross.
Yeah.
But we didn't know that for 4 years. More than 4 years, actually.
Like this has been a
Yeah.
somewhere they are always stepping through. This has been a
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has been a thing for a very, very long
Mhm.
time.
And it also it mirrors, like if you put this one and Realis next to each other,
Yeah.
it's mirrored very, very closely.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the garden wakes, and the undying mind wakes with it. It rises from the barrow that's grown up around it, shedding vines and hanging moss like bedsheets. The circuits flood with power, pass the excess along to the next in line, flex massive limbs in boot sequences. Goblins write more circuits and weld them to the mind, building it up to take advantage of the power. Not an occasional pulse now, but a steady hum. Their faith has been rewarded. In the vault, 183 sets of stimulated Golden Age scientists flex their own limbs, ready to make a break for it. Praedith, kneeling at his radio, shakes out his hands. They're stiff, he's stiff, queasy with exertion and worry, and a stack of lifetimes in a cell, but ready. How big is a transistor compared to a pin, do you know? He can't tell which Maya is speaking. There are 165 of us spread between the teams. Are you calling me an angel? This is Kyoma, amused. Praedith knows which team it is now. 227.72's Kyoma sounds hoarser than the others. He doesn't know why. Maya again. Would you like to dance? Sorry, they made me laugh.
It is.
Dwayne snorts. Yeah. Dwayne snorts in 100-part harmony, and 80 shims grin and elbow him in the metaphorical ribs. It's a slim chance, but a chance is all they need. Or is Maxie being distracting again?
I don't think so.
Arctic said, "Hi, Maxie."
Oh, I guess I just saw Maxie being there. Which, like, I mean, yeah, that's a mood.
Valid, yeah. Dwayne snorts in 100-part harmony, and 80 shims grin and elbow him in the metaphorical ribs. It's a slim chance, but a chance is all they need. The garden's massive door hums, an echo of the song the goblins sing as they tend to the flowers. The first Minotaur readies itself to step through, shield coming awake around it. Everything that has happened is, from a certain point of view, always happening. Everything that will happen is happening. If you know how to slice the ribbon of chronology thin enough, you can step through to the necessary moment. If you know how to tear it. 160 Mayas reach for the Kyomas by their side. 158 Kyomas reach back. One Praedith, waiting for the conductor's baton to drop. Uncountable Vex in the garden, waiting for the same event, a synchrony none of them notice. Somewhere, a veil is always lifting. Somewhere, Kabir is always dooming himself. Somewhere, a door is always opening. Somewhere, they are always stepping through.
Man!
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember getting to the end of this lore book
Yeah,
because, like, I was...
and you're just like, where's the next page? Where's the next page?
Yeah, literally. Because I was like, oh my god. like I got so invested because like I didn't really know who any of these people are when I read it like back in the day, so like 5 years ago. Like I knew, like I started learning, so like I knew a little bit, but like it didn't really fully. Um, yeah, some Kabir is always doing himself. Yep. It wasn't like it didn't fully like settle in at the time, but it was written so interesting. Like the writing itself and like the stuff that's happening. Like even if you don't understand, it's really like cool. And it kind of keeps you going. So I was like, okay, finally the final page. I'll know if they escape whatever the fuck they're stuck in. And then it ends with this. And I was like, what? How can you, like, you have to tell me. Did they leave? Like, yes, somewhere they're always stepping through, but I want to know if these specific people have escaped. Like, please tell me if they escaped. And they didn't. And obviously that's on purpose. So 4.5 years later, skip to Starcrossed, and seeing that Ishtar thingy in the Black Garden was very much like they finally told me that they escaped. Like, it has to be. It just has to be. It's incredible that like the setup was here and the answer was like so many years later. I think someone said earlier that like Destiny is like the king of slow burn, and yeah, they are. But I do think that like Starcross is supposed to be referencing this specific lore book and this specific event, because if not, then like there's no way. There's no way they didn't. It really is, yeah. No, yeah. I was just saying how at the time when you read this and like you don't find out whether they escaped or not, it's kind of like,
and it's just like it weighs on your mind, and you're like, give.
Yeah. And then it's been like years and years, and you're kind of like, you know, it's still like something that's like interesting and stuff, but like you kind of, well, you know, it was a thing, and like Destiny lore a lot of time is like there's a lot of characters, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah,
sometimes
like you won't get an answer to everything all the time, and that's okay.
Yeah, you won't get
but like
answers.
I would have liked to know what happened to them.
I definitely would have liked to know. Literally, like in the fact that like the Ishtar stuff has been a thing the whole year, and the Black Garden has been a thing for the whole year.
Like, I've been joking about it since the beginning of the year when some stuff came up, and I'm like, ha ha ha, Paradise.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ishtar Collective. And...
I literally remember that. And then we played Starcrossed the final week, and we're like, finally, because we've seen the portal before, it just wasn't open.
And we're like, we couldn't, like, we were like, what the fuck can possibly be in here?
Yeah, what could possibly, and also it's an awoken portal as well.
Yeah, so we were like,
I expected,
this must have something to do with, like...
Yeah, I didn't expect any of that sort of thing. I was always interested in the citadel thingy looking ass in the garden, because like that's not supposed to be there. That is not supposed to be there.
That's new.
That's new, and it's not so divisive either. So it's not supposed to be there. And then obviously the portal leads you inside of it, and the lighting was set up specifically to
so that you didn't see it until you got close.
So you don't see it right away. So like as we entered into that portal, like I was behind you, you were first.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, just
losing
kind of
my shit.
Yeah, just kind of a Vex place, which like I've seen those types of Vex places. It looks very It looks very Pyramidian. Like yeah, it looks like Vault Pyramidian. Like it has figures. It's not so divisive, so that was kind of concerning, because like the Soul Divisive are the ones who are in the garden. So when it's not so divisive, like what are the others doing here?
We don't need more Vex.
Yeah.
We don't need more Vex in the garden, guys. We don't need.
So we just kind of walked forward, and then you saw it first, and you were like, what?
Like gibbering.
Yeah. And I'm just like, what do you mean? Just we walked forward and we saw the Ishtar symbol. And like Ishtar symbol that's made of Vex things. So like it was clearly made there from the Vex stuff that they had at hand. Or someone made it. But I think that's supposed to...
Like, it's supposed to be a yes, they got out.
Yes, they got
out.
They
at least made it into the garden.
Very possibly they got out for us in now. So like in Wish, because that citadel looking thing was not there
Is
before.
new. Yeah.
So like for them time wise, that happened now to them, like in Wish, which is very very interesting because
Yeah.
they tried back when the Undying was happening,
Yeah.
but they exited at another point in time, possibly. Which I mean,
hmm
and since
It
we
makes
know,
sense.
yeah, this is not gonna get something that's it's not being resolved now, so this is clearly a hint because they wouldn't just
hmm
put that in there for no reason. It's there to show you kind of like, hey, this is what you can look forward to.
hmm
More information about
in Echoes, right?
in Echoes, in fucking Echoes. It's
Please be in
making me,
Echoes. Please be in Echoes.
it's making me insane.
I feel so normal about these things. Like genuine. Like it's such a huge. I haven't felt that kind of like, oh my god, holy shit, things are happening since
Yeah,
Sapphirus. Like
yeah,
genuinely,
yeah,
not in a negative way. Just like this is something that has been built up for so long.
yeah,
That like that putting those little pieces together is really exciting. And like I
yeah.
have been sort of half joking about it, like Braided's shit all
Mm-hmm.
season,
Yeah,
like
literally all
since
season.
Nightfall. But all this season especially, I've been like, which like doesn't really make sense because it's not really a Vex season. It's not
Yeah, yeah. That's
um
that's that's one of the things that like made us insane because
like it was an Awoken season.
we did
It
not
was a Riven
expect
season.
we did not expect the Vex to be there at all. So like when we saw the
No,
trailer with like Osiris as well, like Osiris speaking in the trailer about the Vex, and we are like, what the fuck? Like,
like what's he doing here? Like
what
I'm
is he?
not complaining, but
Yeah,
what's he
yeah. We're not
doing?
complaining, but like, what is he like? What are the Vex doing with the Awoken and with
hmm
Ahamkara? And I mean, okay, sure, Black Garden. Like, there's the Black Garden mission because that was shown, but like, that's one
But like
thing.
that wasn't
Like,
necessarily related to the
yeah.
main storyline.
So it was like, what is happening? Like, what is like what is the act like? And the whole time the Vex have been kind of like in the background, like they weren't this forefront. But like we've been
Yeah,
going insane, obviously, because like they are doing something.
and it's not being paid
Yeah,
attention to,
because we
which is
have
the
bigger
worst thing that you can do
problems.
to the Vex.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we have bigger problems. We need to get to the portal. We have to deal with Hamkara. We have to deal with all of this bullshit. And like obviously, we're not gonna be paying attention to like the soul divisive. Like we know what they do. They worship darkness. They are like there probably because the witness told them to be there, or
yeah,
whatever.
because that's what it's been doing
Yeah,
with them. Like that's what was going on in Spyro the Watcher for the
yeah,
most part.
yeah,
Was the witness going? We need to get this information about
yeah,
Neomuna.
yeah,
Like, where's the veil?
yeah. And now
Um,
that it's in the portal, the Vex are probably there to like stop us from doing whatever we want to do. Like because
yeah,
the witness like it knew that like we will be trying to get in.
yeah, it's buying time.
It's buying time, and the Vex are like convenient soldiers, but like they're doing something else. They're doing something on their own as well. And this is probably what Praedeth, like now that we've reread this with new context,
Yeah,
Praedeth being like, I have to warn them, and the
yeah,
possibility that the scatter signal is also from the Ishtar Collective, because that was one of the first things that brought back the idea that the aspect and scatter and the Ishtar Collective would be important again. Like
yeah.
obviously they've been around the whole year, blah blah blah. But when we decoded the scatter signal, it was like, okay, who is speaking here? Like someone sent, like Osiris sent a message into the Vex something,
Who's he
and
talking to?
yeah,
Like,
and he
who
got a
replied?
reply,
Yeah,
and he may have gotten a reply specifically from the Ishtar scientist, maybe Kioma, because he's been listening to her messages,
yeah.
and
So like, he's had an idea about
yeah,
what's going on there.
yeah, and she's talked about a lot about the Vex, and he may have been like looking for information by like for more information by doing that,
hmm
and something did reply. And then obviously, Praedith did say that there's a signal that he sent, and it's like that was one of those things that were kind of, especially because at that came out at the same time when the final Veil log came out,
Yeah,
and there were certain things that was mentioned by Kioma in that Veil log that are the same as similar as messages written in the scatter signal. So that's why I thought
hmm
this could be Kioma. This could be Kioma specifically because of aspect.
Yeah. TLDR, it's all connected.
Yeah. And
We've been
specifically,
connecting the dots.
it's all connected with aspect. Like aspect is the starting
Yeah.
point, and also it's starting. Obviously, the undying is starting point. The Shadowkeep is starting point. Like of this current thing that's going on. Obviously, like it's been going on since D1, but
Yeah.
and the current stuff is like specifically Shadowkeep is the start of it all. That's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just very interesting because again they make their things. Also interesting how there's only 183 sets.
Yes. Out of 227.
Yeah, so there's some sets are missing. We don't know why. Possibly
There's
we
a lot
know.
less shims than everyone else.
Yeah, we know that a lot of them died. A lot of Mayas died as well.
More Mayas than Kiomas. No,
Yeah.
more Kiomas than
I think it's
more Mayas than Kiomas.
yeah. Well, at least the ones that reach. So 160 Mayas reach for Kiomas, but only
Yeah.
158 reach back. So like it might be that the two Kiomas did not reach back, or the two
Yeah.
Kiomas there's two Kiomas
Are dead. Yeah.
fewer. So we don't know, but like there's not some of them are missing.
Yeah.
Some of them are missing, and like possibly because a lot of them like died, got lost, whatever. But there's still a lot of them there, and they're preparing. The garden's massive door hums. And I think it was like theorized that this like final pulse was when the final Undying Mind died.
Mm-hmm.
So the final. No, but also like there's another interesting point, which uncountable Vex in the garden waiting for the same event.
Yeah.
Like why would they be waiting for their own Undying Mind to die? Or there's a lot of like again we don't know what they were doing. But the unified thing is us doing things during Season of Undying, so killing all of these Undying Minds, and that created like massive ripples in the timelines. Like it genuinely changed everything for the Vex and for us.
Mm-hmm.
And they synchronize with something also very interesting, Conductor's Baton, because of the veil.
You mean sounds?
Yeah, the sounds, but also the conductor is that was the same thing as the veil thingy for in the veil logs where Maya was doing the experiments with consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
One person was the conductor, and everyone else was like connected with them, which is just very interesting. Like that these specific things are happening when the Ishtar Collective is there. And then, of course, this line, man. Like, I don't think it was meant to mean anything.
Yeah.
But it definitely...
it has meaning retroactively, yeah.
And it makes it, like, really, really interesting.
Yeah.
Somewhere a veil is always lifting. And then, obviously, somewhere Kabir is always dooming himself, because we had to hear about that again.
Mm-hmm.
And then somewhere a door is always opening, and somewhere they're always stepping through. And I think that they did step through.
Well, we have fairly, like...
Yeah.
You know, you can probably argue with it, but, like...
Yeah. Because, like, specifically, they were using the Black Garden.
Yeah.
And what we were doing with the Black Garden.
And it's all about connecting the Black Garden.
Yeah, it was connecting the Black Garden and the Vault of Glass. And, again, the Citadel in the Black Garden is a connection of those two things. It's in the Black Garden, but the way it looks is very...
It's not a Black Garden thing.
Yeah, it's not a Black Garden thing. So, like, I think that it connected what they did here with our help of, like, us killing all that stuff in and dying. It made that connection. It opened the door, and all of them were able to go through. So, like, the simulations escaped and left their mark with the Ishtar symbol. And since it definitely connected something that's not Black Garden, so that would probably be Vault of Glass.
Mm-hmm.
It is possible that Predat also somehow escaped.
Please let him have escaped.
Except, like, he's physical.
But he doesn't say that he's ready to step through is the thing.
Yeah.
So whether it's more the case that, like...
Yeah.
You know, they got out and he's hoping that they will...
Yeah.
Do something to help him later.
Yeah. Because, like, the simulations are simulations. That's kind of weird how they would work even if they did escape, like how would they? How
You
are
know, are
they?
they going to present as like friendly Vex, or are they going to
Yeah, are they like actually
like how would that manifest?
like would they manifest like Asher did in the Vex network in Avalon, or like just like an image of him? Would they be like actual simulations in the same way that simulations worked in Infinite Forest, which is just indistinguishable? Like they're not, you can't
Yeah.
tell the difference. Or would they just be? We don't know. Like, are they in the ether? Are they in the Vex? Like, where are they? But like clearly they've made the symbol.
Yeah.
So
So they must be physical in some way.
yeah. Or like Pradith escaped with them and he made it for them because he's the one who's physical.
Mm.
But like I feel like Pradith would maybe leave something for of himself as well.
Yes.
So like maybe he did not escape in that same place because he was in the vault. Like he used the Black Garden, but like, it's very complicated. Like it could be anything.
Yeah. We just don't know yet.
Yeah.
Like we can theorize all we want, but we don't have the
Yeah.
information there.
Pradith is just out there chilling in the Black Garden. Truth, yeah. I mean, he could be. He could be like just. That would be actually be sad. Like he escapes the vault and ends up lost in the Black Garden. He's like, fuck. Can I please leave this place? The Vex. Stop it. But yeah, we don't know. But I do think that we will find out at least something
Yeah.
because like they wouldn't leave that.
I mean,
there.
he wished a lot. To be fair, it wasn't
Yeah.
one wish. It was.
Yeah, and that's also interesting because like he ended up there because of a wish, but the Ahamkara, like the Taranis and stuff, and Riven in the Black Garden, is another connection to him and wishing, and
Mhm. Yeah.
so like
And like maybe that was part of Taranis being like, you need to see this, rather
Yeah.
than
yeah, it is possible. It is possible because like the fact that like citadel appeared over the nest, Taranis' nest, is also like very interesting because like why there out of all places in the garden, why was that there?
especially because that was like a protected space, right? Like
Yeah, that was he specifically went there
for
to
peace.
yeah, for peace, and so that he's not doesn't get disturbed, and so he's like safe there, especially because of the eggs, obviously.
Hmm.
So like a huge Vex construct appearing in the sky, of the Black Garden that is not like connected to the actual Black Garden, like to the Soul Divisive, is very very confusing, and it's very very
Yeah.
concerning, and it's hinting things. It has to be hinting things because
Yeah.
like there's nothing else that it could mean, and it specifically again connects to aspects because that's the only thing that we know that connects Black Garden, Vault, in Ishtar Collective. Like it's kind of like, you know, we did leave. We are leaving our like sign here to show that we left, that we've been here, and now they're somewhere. And whatever Vex shit we're dealing with after the final shape probably involves that. And
Yeah, because originally everybody thought that the final shape was going to be the Vex.
yeah, that is Vex are going to be
Because
like a part
The
of
Vex
that.
have always like the final shape has always been Vex. That was
Yeah.
the whole thing in Unveiling. Like,
Yeah, which you know could and could not be true, but like you know it's still a very big point
mhm.
because all the stuff in Unveiling about the Vex specifically is most likely the most truthful
Yeah,
it was about anything that's happened.
yeah,
But just because of the, like the nature, because we know some of these things are correct from other sources about the Vex.
yeah.
But yeah, it's just
I mean, Veiling retcons.
yes, obviously, but like it's just interesting because now that we know that the Vex are not like they're not part of the like the location because they can't be inside of the Traveler.
Yeah,
But
there's bits of the Vault of Glass in there, but
yeah, that is interesting because like that's because the Traveler is like reconstructing what we've been through, and the fact that it's also reconstructing. Obviously, I mean, Vault of Glass was a big thing, but that's the one thing they showed us.
yeah,
They haven't really showed anything else in any of the trailers, like any of the like that's like something that specific. Like they literally
yeah.
showed
No,
us
no,
like,
no set pieces like that. Yeah,
yeah, we are in the Vault of Glass. shooting a galley at Atheon. Like that's a really big. That's just like me for real. That is a really interesting like little point that they showed us so far. Like obviously we might get more. Like that was just maybe the first thing they've decided to
Yeah.
show. But it's very curious that it's Vault of Glass specifically.
Mhm.
And it's also very like we know that some Vex stuff is going to be happening after.
Yeah.
We don't know the scope of it. Like I'm fairly sure that Venus is going to be involved. Like I'm not sure if again we don't know the scope of episodes, so we can't tell if
Yeah.
there's going to be another location. But they don't really need that location to be like fully open world location. They could just have like missions you go because they have Venus assets already in the
Mhm.
game. So like it doesn't really it's not really that much of a big deal. But like I'm like if we're dealing with Ishtar Collective, I think Venus has to be
Yeah, it has to be to some extent. Yeah.
to some extent, yeah. And obviously because Vault of Glass is also there. And if we're going by aspects, Praedith is somehow I genuinely like think that at least a mention will happen, if not more than
Yeah.
that. But like a mention of him, because if the Ishtar Collective did escape, then they know like he helped them, so they would tell us, your guy helped us. Like
Yeah.
you know the same way that like that discussion in Wish was between Ikora and Mithrax about Asher.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like
And
Mithrax
it's
being like,
like,
oh, some guy called Ashermere helped me, and Ikora's like,
who?
Ashermere helped
Wait,
you?
Asher Mia? Like,
And he's like, "What do you mean, Ashermere? Like, who? So he was a guy, some guy?" And like, Hera's like, "How
yeah.
do you know Asher?" And then it's like, yeah, it's something like that. I can feel like it might
Yeah.
be like, yeah, did you guys know some guy called Praedith? Like he helped us escape.
And Ikora losing her shit over it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So like
Because like when we first came, because like when we first came across Praedith in D1, it was like, wait, so he was real?
yeah, yeah,
Like that was the vibe.
yeah,
Like he's not just a legend. There is something called the Vault of Glass. Oh my god.
yeah. That was the whole point
Um,
of why we also went in there to
yeah.
like actually finish their job. He's bones
He's
with
got
all
legs. He's
No,
got
it's
legs. He's got feet.
Feet. He doesn't have feet.
There are no skeletons in Destiny that have feet.
To be fair, they're really obnoxious. As far as bones go.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we've been losing it about this whole season basically. Because as soon as it started, and as soon as we saw that the Vex are going to be involved, and specifically like Black Garden stuff, and then Scatter Signal was deciphered, then we started like going completely off the rails. And we were like, oh my god, this is just like Aspect for real. And then also the like
and
names.
then Starcrossed.
Yeah, and then like names of those missions, which are also like based in like the like feet aren't canon. The names of missions are also like language based.
Yeah.
Which is what first like reminded me of Aspects.
Yeah, like the vibe is just
Yeah. And obviously it's like very connected to the way Ahamkara kind of like mess with you by using like these like ways of speaking that are confusing. So they can make you like make a wish accidentally or something. I remember,
which is something that gets remarked on fairly often as well.
Yeah, yeah. I remember reading Aspect back in the day when I first got all the pages and walking away, having learned net zero information.
Well, hopefully you have learned more than net zero information
Yeah.
today.
We went into every like little detail that we can think of to kind of explain what's going on and why it's relevant. And this particular like the final piece is like genuinely like because you're kind of expect like as you get to the final page, you're expecting that there's going to be a conclusion.
Yeah.
Because in most lore books there is.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but in most lore books there is some kind of conclusion that kind of leaves you, oh, okay,
or like
I understand.
Something that feels like there's a reason for the lore book.
Something happened here. I know what happened, and I know where it led, and what was it meant to say.
Mm-hmm.
But this was open-ended. Especially, I mean, even the name of the lore tab is open-ended, like Iralis, a thing that is not known to have happened.
Yeah.
So it was always left open on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And now, literally almost 5 years later, there was a hint back to it, which is why we were like, oh, we gotta tell, like, people need to learn about Aspect, the lore book,
Yeah.
because a lot of people read that a long time ago or haven't read them at all, and like it makes sense because like this is a very old lore book,
Mhm.
and it really hasn't been relevant for anything in years. Like this was just one of those things. Like, there are
It's
lore
like the thing
books.
that I bring up when I'm like teaching Vogue, and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Would you like to learn about my guy and cry?"
And like there are a lot of lore books like that that are like that's just kind of like they were irrelevant at the time for the like very immediate stuff that was going on.
Mhm.
And like you're kind of thinking, well, you know, some of this stuff is cool, but like it doesn't really tell us much that is important. And then also there are lore books that just continuously drive you insane for
Yeah.
years and years and years. Not naming any names, but
No.
no, no, I don't know. I've never seen that kind of lore book actually. Never mind. The people
Close
need
not.
to know. Yeah, the people need to know. Yeah, literally.
Yeah. And then there's things like what gives me a headache, which we think we understand at least what the point of it was now.
Have you ever heard of the strategy of prated the wise? Yeah.
Mm.
What gives me pause is like we know one thing, that it was important for Osiris to get the seed, not the
Yeah.
egg, the seed. But where was he? Where was he?
It's like, was it the witness being like, "Hey, come and be one of my purposes"?
Yeah, because that was a very
Like-
specific
like-
bait.
Yeah.
And then
Like the further context that we've had with other characters now makes it kind of like, well, it has to be that. But
it has to be that, and but also like the space that he was in is still unexplained.
yeah, like where the fuck was he? Like,
Because everybody at the time, and including me, like my first like instinct was obviously the pyramid. Like he went into the pyramid because like specifically
Yeah.
Rasputin told him, Rasputin showed him the coordinates to where the pyramid fleet was coming in, beyond the heliopods, because at the time they were still like way out, and obviously he went into the pyramid, right? But then like as you're reading,
you're like, this is not a pyramid. This is not what pyramids look like.
Yeah.
We know what pyramids look like.
at the time when that came out, we've already been inside of the pyramid. So like, but Osiris describes it completely metaphorically. Like literally,
Yeah.
it's just metaphorical descriptions. There's nothing like fixed physical thing except the cathedra with the
Mhm.
the blooming cathedra with the seed in the middle. What the fuck? What?
Like a gullet? What kind of gullet? Like what? River of what? Vex milk? Like
It's completely baffling. And the one thing that like actually reminded me of is the terraform pyramid,
yeah,
especially because of the blooming stuff and like the
yeah.
kind of weirdness going on because like it's a mix of light and dark and stuff.
Hmm.
But that hadn't happened yet.
Yeah.
So did he go?
So either this is something that's like 4 years in advance of like they'll understand this one day.
Yeah, or like did he get transported like into the like a future pyramid image? Because it's interesting because the terraform pyramid has the tree. He could have gotten the seed from the tree. But also then the witness had another seed in Lightfall, which it gave to Callus,
Mhm.
and Osiris immediately knew.
He was like, "Oh yeah, that's a simulation." I'm like, "Excuse me?
Yeah, no, yeah,
You
like
see the silver wings? Like,
yeah, it's in the Unfinished Business. That's what like got
Yeah.
me
yeah,
when I was like reading it, and
because like you have to deal with it in the campaign,
yeah,
and it's just kind of like, oh yeah, I get that. It's a powerful thing, and you're like,
huh? Like genuinely, huh? Like the cat gif, huh?
like that was a thing for people paying attention,
Yeah,
but then it came up again.
yeah, and then in I did specific like I wrote it down because like I wanted to have it like referenced.
It seems wildly out of character.
Yeah, so in Unfinished Business, which is just like a side quest, specifically, Rohan's notes call for a starting seed to enter the Black Garden, and Osiris interprets this as a seed of silver wings.
Like just immediately, he's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like Rohan wrote,
Like, of
starting. You need a
course.
starting seed. Osiris like, yeah, I get you. Like, what? And then
It's like, oh yeah, one of them things. Callus has got one.
Yeah, Callus has got one, and I had one, and he still didn't tell us where he got it from, and nobody
No.
fucking knows. And we'll actually get into that
Hmm.
in one of the lore books.
If you would like to come and see the portal, I've just got to the end of Starcrossed.
Ah, the portal. The portal. I don't think I can do that right now. Can I?
You should be able to.
I'm not sure if I can. How much time do you have?
280.
Oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to load in time. But I will make an attempt because I think it will be a good ending to see the
Yeah.
Ishtar Collective thingy. Can I even join at the end though?
You should be able to.
I
We
will.
could do it again.
I will try because
Alright.
that would be a really cool. I clicked the game to start opening, and it should start opening soon. Possibly, maybe soon. Yeah. Um.
If not, I can stream it to Discord, I guess.
There's just a lot of really weird stuff going on
Mm-hmm.
with the Vex specifically. That like, what is happening? What is happening? What is happening?
I need it to be June.
I need it to be, yeah,
Or at least like a few weeks before June.
yeah. Because they have to at one point tell us more about because like they have to sell episodes, right? Obviously, people, I mean,
Yeah.
who bought the annual thingy, like whatever. But there's always like some kind of incentive, especially because they're changing seasons. So like
Mm-hmm.
we don't know what
Yeah.
that means yet, and
Yeah.
that's like people don't know what to expect, like how big this is gonna be, what exactly are we getting,
Like,
how
are they gonna stay
long-
around forever?
Yeah, are they
or-
staying around? Is there going to be like something like it's a lot of important information for people to decide whether or not they want to engage with that sort of thing. I'm hoping that they're going to stay like for as long as they possibly can, because
Yeah.
that'll be like one of the best ways to improve on seasonal stuff, to make sure that they're gonna stay
Mhm.
for longer than like a year, or like for like however they want to. Specific window, capture density. Oh, window. Oh, okay, whatever. They are. Nope, that's not the right thing. Density. Density. Density?
It feels so normal about this.
Video capture. Video capture.
It's gonna be really,
Well, it's not
I've
showing
forgotten
it
the
at all.
word.
Wait.
Not showing what?
That's the wrong thing. Wait. This? This?
Belle's forgotten how to stream video games.
Yeah. I'll try to get
You
it
are
in.
on 90 seconds.
Oh shit, 90 seconds.
90.
Density? Why is it not capturing?
Why did it put me back here?
Title must match. It does not want to let me get Destiny. Let's do this.
And
there we
you
go.
capture the...
Yeah, I just swapped entirely
Strim.
to the other scene.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's gonna be really funny if you can't join.
Yeah, it is.
What
my
if I
opinion.
stream it to Discord?
Can I capture that?
If you put it full
I'm
screen,
just-
maybe?
Put a screenshot.
Alright, hold on.
Scene 3. Alright, what have I done here? Where's my window capture? What did I... No, nothing is...
I'll send you a
showing.
screenshot.
There we go. Of the... Because that would be like a really good
Yeah.
scene to end it on.
Yeah, it's I put a screenshot in the stream chat.
It is definitely somewhere. Oh, there it is. That is a really good screenshot. We're gonna put it here.
From me, really?
Yep.
Shocking, I know.
Why is it so small? Unacceptable.
Did you open in browser or did you just copy from the original?
I just copied.
You have to open in browser.
Yeah, which is not good.
I hope everyone's really enjoying how good we are with technology today.
Yeah, we have been completely fine and normal and not at all... There we go. So the fact that, like, the whole season ended with this... Hell, the whole year ended with this.
Like, they have been
Because-
building on this all year.
Yeah, because it started with, obviously, just the entirety of Lightfall, with all of the renewed stuff about the Isher Collective. But, like, this specifically, in the Black Garden, very vague, very...
Like, all of the moving parts in there are very vague.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it is not Black Garden.
Yeah, what we know is that it's not Black Garden at all. Like, there's nothing of the Black Garden, and that, like, whole citadel thingy appeared in the sky. It should not be there, but it could be there if Praedith and the Isher Collective worked together to create a way
And
to
stepped through.
to create a way to escape their respective prisons, and they did step through. Like, that has to be a throwback to this specific lore book, and why we're all losing our minds about it, really. Because it's kind of like, hey, this thing that has happened a long time ago, it's important, and we're gonna get back to this in episodes, clearly, probably, because, like, what else could they be? Where's the creature? She's there. What is she doing? And also the Poke transits and the events of transit, they're also there, and it's very important as well. But, like, yeah, it's a really, really cool lore book that has been out for so long that most people have forgotten about it. But, like, the writers didn't. The writers did not forget about this, and they essentially told us, we solved, like, you finally got your answer that you were going insane about in 2019 because you didn't get the answer. And here it is. They did step through. Like, in some way or another, I think that it will be referenced. Like, maybe it won't be like a lot of people are expecting kind of like, oh, we're gonna see the Isher Collective, we're gonna see Praedith, like, they're gonna be like real people, characters, whatever. And, like, it's possible, but I wouldn't, like, bet on that specifically too hard. Because a lot of people would just be disappointed. Like, a lot of people always expect, like, the biggest thing to happen, and then when it doesn't,
and, like,
they
that's
get...
not the interesting part anyway.
Yeah, they get super, super disappointed, and then they're like, oh, the writers dropped the ball or whatever, and, like, it's
like, no, like, everything can't be the big campaign.
Yeah,
Sometimes
everything
the
can
more
be the big
interesting
campaign.
things are not.
Yeah. So, like, some kind of a follow-up on aspects will happen, which is why I wanted people to know about that.
Yeah,
And
because it's a really cool lore book.
Yeah.
And also you need to know about Praedith's Candy Wrapper.
Yeah, Praedith's Candy Wrapper, and, like, even the simulated Maya and Kyomas, just completely inseparable. Man. It also kind of adds a little bit to the Veil logs, because I think it, like, adds to how much Kyoma was broken.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, when you see them here, and they've been literally inseparable in every single version of themselves,
Yeah.
through, like, time and space, and through all of the different, like, simulations that they've been through. And then Kyoma had to watch her, you know, become, like, not herself, essentially.
Yeah.
And it's probably been, like, incredibly devastating. And it also explains, like, a lot of the stuff of why Kyoma ended up, calling the Vex at the end. Because I do think that she was trying to specifically go back to the simulated... Like, so one of the Mayas will accept her. So.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, she would, as we can see
And
in
also
aspects.
the it was a bit of a hint towards like what was going on with Asher.
Yeah, it
With
was a
Kabir
little bit.
melding with the Vex
Yeah.
and still being partly himself.
Yeah. It was a really cool kind of insight into, like, yeah, the Vex are really powerful and stuff, but like some,
There's still some of him in there.
yeah, there's still some of him in there, and also there's still some of the Kabir in there as well. Like Kabir also like
Uh-huh.
retains some sense of self. Praetor, despite everything that's happening to him, is like still him. All the simulations are also still like, they didn't get like consumed or changed by the Vex. And naturally, there's also Asher, who went into the Vex network on purpose because, I mean, he was doomed anyway. So yeah, he was doomed since he was introduced. That was kind of the point of like,
Yeah.
he will eventually be converted into a Vex, and like he chose to do that on his own terms to help us.
Yeah.
Which we will read actually, because I do want to read Duress and Egress from
Yeah.
Arrivals. There's
Recipe time.
yeah. And before that, obviously, we'll go through. I think that would be the best, like one book per season for
Yeah,
now,
sounds good.
and then we'll see. Like if we're gonna add any others to just like kind of maybe like some others to just read through normally, like not analyzing every single word, because some of these
Yeah, because some of them you don't need to, like.
Yeah, some of
you know,
these
Pigeon
old
the
ones-
Phoenix, you don't need to.
some of these old ones are kind of like they're very old and there's a lot of context. Like it took an hour to get the context to get the context out so that we can actually
Yeah, people be like, "What's Destiny about?"
yeah. It's like at first it was like we gotta explain what the Undying season was about, what was the Undying Mind, what was the Isher Collective, what was the Praetor and the Kabir and everyone, like what it's kind of yeah. If we keep that same idea, then the next one is going to be Constellations, which I think is also going to require a little bit of extra context, because
But not too much.
not too much though. But we will see the Traveler speaking.
Because that one's like a bit less like. You don't have the complex interactions of like, what are all the Vex doing?
Yeah.
It's just kind of.
Yeah.
What was going on with the speakers when?
Yeah, and there's like several of them, so it's kind of like each did something. It's very straightforward in a little bit. Like there's a lot of questions still there, because of a few things that have not been really picked up on, and we don't know if they will be. But it's generally a lot more like straightforward book than Aspect. Aspect is like anything that has to do with the Vex is very normal about Constellation. Yeah, Constellation is really good. Like it's a genuinely really good lore book, and it was one of those.
It is one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's one of those things that kind of like reframed how I perceived the speaker, because I only saw the speaker in Red War when I didn't know anything about the game, and obviously when I was later like replaying the Red War, but I didn't really know.
You kind of like, why is this guy lying to us? He's been
Yeah.
lying to
So
us.
when I played the Red War for the first time, I didn't know anything about anything. I didn't know who the speaker. I didn't know anything. I didn't know what the Traveler was. I didn't know what a Ghost was. I didn't know anything. But I did like I like from context. It's like, okay, Gaul just said that he's a speaker and that he speaks for the Traveler, right? And then the speaker is like, no, fuck you. Like I don't actually, like the Traveler doesn't actually speak to me. And I was like, what a scam.
Yeah, like what the hell? What's this guy doing? Like,
what a fraud! Like
he's been,
genuinely, get
yeah.
out of here.
It's like, why do we care about him? He's got some banger lines, but why do we
Yeah.
care about? And then like, you
Like-
go and play D1, and
Yeah.
you're like, oh, now I get it.
Yeah,
But
and
for
then
a lot of people, D1's not an option.
yeah, there's no option.
For Constellations is really cool for that.
And, yeah, so in Constellations, when they actually explain like what happened, it was like, oh, okay, so that explains a lot.
He
It
was
actually
doing his best.
Yeah, that makes sense. That really makes sense. Like you see all the other speakers as well. It's really cool because
Yeah.
they've all been like, it's not easy to like get beamed by Traveler visions.
No.
Right? They're not very direct. It's there's a lot of stuff to interpret.
Yeah,
And
it
also
doesn't
obviously
speak.
obviously the whole
That's
thing
the whole
with
point of the speaker you're
yeah.
interpreting.
and then the whole thing with the Traveler being dormant. They could not get information from the Traveler, actually, because
The Traveler.
yeah, because the Traveler was EP, Slim G, and because it was
And not
Slim G,
saying Gamora.
yeah,
Magor, whichever.
yeah, that's deliberate. Yeah, that has been deliberate. Obviously, not the sleeping part, but the visions. Yeah, very much so.
Yes.
It doesn't want to influence people. It doesn't want
Yeah,
to.
because it's not telling people what to do.
Yeah, it does not want to tell people
It's
what
like
to do.
warnings or
Yeah.
like here is some information. It is up to you what you do with it.
Yeah, the ball is very vague. Yeah, and it's obviously like directly opposite to
Inscrutable orbs.
the way the witness. That's actually an interesting point because the witness kind of almost like it on purpose tried to be the exact opposite of what the Traveler, because like the witness's species was like, fuck the orb. The orb isn't telling us what we want to do. Like we want the orb to tell us what to do.
We
And it
need
was
a
like, no,
purpose,
you have to
yeah.
make a choice yourself. Like you make the choice in the universe, and they're like, that sucks. And I'm like, skill issue, but like that's what they believed. So like
Yeah.
the witness has always been kind of directing and manipulating people because that's what he wanted for the
It
Traveler to
wanted
do.
to be told what to
Yeah,
do. Like
yeah.
it wanted this like incomprehensible higher being to be like,
Yeah,
this is the point of existence.
yeah.
This is
And-
why you exist. There is a reason for like there is a reason that bad things happen, and there
Yeah.
is a reason that good things happen. And
Yeah, yeah.
um,
And when the Traveler did not offer that, it was like, wow, that's incredibly bad, and they like went insane, which is actually similar to because Clovis also wanted to be told.
Yeah.
Clovis wanted like a higher intelligence, an entity beyond our dimension,
mhm.
to
to
tell
like
him.
tell him that he was like smart and pretty.
Yeah, and when
like-
the K1 anomaly and the clarity control told him like, yeah, you're the
Mhm.
guy, you're our guy, you're the guy. He was so proud. Like, yes, this entity
Yeah.
has chosen me personally as like someone to talk to and someone to like direct. And we all know where that went. he really wanted to
yeah.
someone to tell him, man. But yeah, that's a little preview of Constellations.
It's only like a 10-minute preview as well.
Yeah, and I think Constellations is probably not gonna be as long.
No.
But we'll probably go off if Raph ends up being able to join. I hope he will because it's about the speakers.
Mhm.
He'll probably be overjoyed to go off about some of the other details that are in Constellations, especially about the Traveler. So, yeah, the Traveler is actually a bigger
Mm.
thing for Raph. Raph is a
It
Traveler
also
guy.
doesn't
I'm a
have
pyramid guy.
complicated titles.
Yes, it has complete normal titles.
Like
That-
growing.
Yeah, and severing, which is
Mhm.
that's actually interesting now. Sever
Mm.
for the collapse. Senara specifically mentioned that dichotomy in her. Yeah, Senara is really
Yes.
like Senara was like, I'm a low power guardian. No, you're actually the smartest guardian of them.
Yeah. Like. Thank you. Thank you for saying it.
Yeah. Guardians prefer chatty darkness. They sure do. They sure fucking do. And Ikora was like,
More of that, please.
yeah, it's really good. But yeah, the Traveler and the Speaker next time, and then the opposite after that. The opposite after that.
What, the speaker and the traveler?
The pyramid and the guy who didn't like the Speaker very much.
Mm.
And then it will be Juris and Egress. And then after that, we'll see. Immoland.
Yeah, when are we doing that one?
That has to be after Juris and Egress because like chronologically,
Yeah.
that would be when that happens.
Yeah.
And we have to do Immoland because just out of
Me-
like
yeah.
it's the culture. It just has to happen. Us reading entire Immoland. Well, that's gonna be a whole day affair
Yeah.
or night. In this case,
Yeah,
in
you'll
our
have to book
case.
your days off for that one, I think.
Yeah.
Because that'll be we're still streaming at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. And we're like at a dreadnought. Not even at the end. And then I would like to also get through. Emmeline probably 2-stream it. Oh, Emmeline might be a 2-stream endeavor, yeah.
The problem is that we will keep referring back and forth because we both know it by heart pretty much.
Yeah, it'll be like every sentence is something, means something.
Yeah.
um,
Like we'll probably have to like read it like a section at a time, and then be
Yeah.
like
yeah,
go back to like
yeah.
each sentence, because otherwise
It's
we will just like read a sentence and then talk about it.
yeah, literally this. And I would like to also get through some of the older ones, like the Chronicon. You will listen to the Chronicon.
No,
You will listen.
I escaped it so far.
The worst is it has to be because the Chronicon, like the lore book, and then also there's extra Chronicon pages in
No.
the armor pieces, which are worse. Those are
No.
worse.
I've read some of them.
The extra pages are worse, if that is
No.
in any way possible to imagine.
Belle, for context, Belle has been like threatening me with Chronicon since like maybe
Please.
about 2 months after we started playing
Yeah,
together, and I
please
have
have mercy.
refused to read it on principle.
Please have mercy, no mercy. That might just be like a quicker bit because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna analyze every sentence of that Callus has said.
I'll
Though
just
I
look
mean,
for that one to distract
some
myself.
people should analyze every sentence Callus has said because of how they perceive Callus as a
As just a cool guy who gives you guns
Yep.
and says nice things to you. Yeah.
yeah. It's not good. It's not good out there. No mercy.
Elrond, no.
Only Chronicon. The
I
whole
trusted
Chronicon.
you.
Actually, Confessions would be better because a lot of people have read Chronicon, but not many have read Confessions, and they kind of
Go together.
yeah, especially because Confessions is from a normal person who is like, what the hell is Callus doing? It's kind of like you have to understand that oh hi, you
I
will
had to
hear
clear-
the Chronicon.
No.
Not now, but one day it will be a surprise. It's just like everyone leaves the stream. I open Chronicon and everyone leaves. It's like, nope, you can't make us watch this. You didn't. I couldn't get in because I couldn't join the fire team at the end.
Yeah.
No, we're not reading the Chronicon now. Don't
We're
worry
not
about it.
reading. No, no. Belle's just threatening me with it.
Yeah, we're just making up a little bit of a plan. And next is gonna be constellations. So, and we'll see if any other lore books will be added over time
We
to.
will also take requests
Yes,
if there's anything.
when we get through a
I
few.
mean,
of
I
the
know
stuff,
Arctic's gonna ask about Forsaken Prince. I
Yeah,
know
of
this one
course.
Already.
when we get through some of the stuff that we like want to get through because they are not very popular, they're not very like well known. When we get through those, we can probably like read some just for fun,
Mhm.
like the Forsaken Prince or like Unveiling even like, because like I don't really want us to read like stuff that a lot of people have read. I'm not gonna say everyone because like I mean who reads lore books? But some of them like especially from year 3 from the Undying, Dawn, Worthy, and Arrivals. Those are like not as well known. Especially some
Yeah.
of this obviously the seasonal ones are fine. Like everyone read Liar and everyone read like I'm doing the XKCD thing. Like normal person has probably only read
Yeah. We
the
should get Chris
singular
on.
exegete and
We should get Chris on.
yeah. Obviously everyone read The Liar. Yeah, Arrivals. But like I always see people being like, where is something from? And it's like from Duress and Egress, and I'm like, you guys didn't read Duress and Egress? Like it's such a cool thing about especially now that we know what happened to Asher and Sloane.
Mhm.
Because there's like direct references between them. Yeah, a lot of people didn't. I just genuinely, a lot of people didn't read Duress and Egress, and it's like, it's really fucking cool. Especially Asher. It's just really interesting. I like it. Unsurprisingly, for some reason. Arrivals was a bop.
I'm shocked and
Yeah.
surprised.
Yeah, 100%. So we will get through some of those lore books, and then yeah, ghost stories. Yeah, so some of those stuff can be just like us reading for fun.
Yeah.
Nothing Ends is pretty mainstream. I mean, I mean, I would say that, yeah, because a lot of people know about Dredgen Yor and...
I think you should ask your Tumblr what they would like.
That is actually a good idea. I can run a poll.
Yeah.
But like, how do we... Or not a poll, then, because I would have to suggest...
Well, we could have a thing that's like people can make submissions and then you can run a poll from...
Yeah? Yeah? Really? Arctic Aldrin
I've already
enjoyer.
put your name down for...
We know that will... Yeah, that will... We can even have you on as a guest star, if you want.
Yeah, you can tell us about it.
We'll be pulling guest people from ADG. Then we need to have Satona on for Chronicon. And Confessions, if that happens, if both happen. Yes. People with their blorbos. This is obviously Finn's blorbos. At least
Some of them, anyway.
At least one of them, yeah.
We could do one that's like, some like, just like, short lore tabs as well.
Oh yeah, lore
or like
tabs
or like
as well.
a specific topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Specific topic would be interesting.
Like
as well.
example, like talk about Mithrax for a stream.
Yeah.
And just like pull bits of stuff out for him.
Yeah, and like prepare a few.
Like, give us like, you know, a couple of main characters that are coming up in Thingy or whatever.
Yeah.
And explain Nimbus to people because for some reason they don't like them.
Literally. PowerPoint presentation of people's blorbos, yeah.
Yes, hello, very good.
And then there's like there's one sort of like kind of niche, and then there's like, I don't know, a saint stream. It's just doesn't end. We could go on about Saint forever. That's it. I hope that people learned something, or that people like understood what we meant with aspect, why we like read that and why we think that it's relevant. And I hope that people will like it, and that maybe they will even go reread it themselves. Taking physical damage at the Bell Destiny lore stream. Oh my god. Yeah?
You'll be very welcome to come on Arctic.
Yeah. Especially when it's Forsaken. I'm almost expecting you to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. And next we said it is going to be Constellations unless something horrible happens and we change it. I know for a fact I don't forget all of this within 24. Well, you can always rewatch it and you will remember.
Yeah. Or like ask us to like explain it more briefly.
Yeah, if you ask us to explain anything, we will explain it to you at any point in
Please
time.
ask us to explain things. We enjoy it.
Yeah. The Great Hunt, yeah, that would be also a very good topic. We can cry about Praedit again during that topic. But yeah. Constellations, we don't know when. Possibly next weekend or whenever, because like that actually might not be that long, so might even be earlier. I'll check when Raph might be available, because he would probably like to be there for that one.
Yeah.
Because that's his blorbo, The Traveler. So enjoy the lore show. Wish I could remember. Yeah. Well, it's a really good thing that we love repeating. I love repeating, like explaining lore to people over and over again, even though I've explained it multiple times before. One of the best things ever.
I will never get tired of explaining it. Like,
yeah. Any time of the day or week or year, you ask Finn about Praedith, and
I didn't even go into most of the stuff that we know about Praedith, to be completely clear.
Yeah, because this could have gone like way deeper in, especially about the Ishtar Collective. Like, if we went to pull in every single detail, it would be like a never-ending
like
stream.
It would be like 100-hour love stream instead of like a 4-hour one.
The info dump will be legendary, literally. It literally will, yeah. So like we could go on forever, but like I think for the basics, I think that like at least this lorebook could like be readable now on your own, because like a lot of the details we try to like explain a lot of details that are not like
the
why
stuff that's like rough to
like parse through, which is a feature of many lore books. I I don't know how I'll parse through, you know.
Will I need to take the lead on that one?
I will have to print it out, and I'll have to make notes on like every
The
second word.
highlighting again.
Yeah, the highlighting is gonna happen 100. It's gonna be like the highlighting is gonna be legendary because baffling lore. Similar how if we ever read What Gives Me Pause, which I think we should, just to show people.
We should, and I will get very drunk while I do it.
Yeah, just to show the insanity of that, and like why we lose our minds and why we call it What Gives Me Headache. And then obviously,
yeah, it is what I listen. Like you try reading that and tell me it doesn't like make your brain like wrap around itself.
It's something else entirely, for real.
It's brilliant. It's really well written.
It is. It's incredible. But
it's just like
Jesus.
There are so many things that it could imply.
Yeah.
That like trying to make one of them make sense is wild.
That was truly like the truth about truth to power.
Yeah, we could debunk truth to power.
Truth to power would be really, really funny.
Yeah.
I think Tuft would kill us if we don't do any of the high ones. I'll see which one might
be. The entire book?
The entire Books of Sorrow?
Yeah.
I mean...
We could do like a half-hour stream a day for that one.
Yep. For like months to come.
Yeah.
We could go on forever at this point, so like I'm gonna cut it because we will be sitting here for the next 4 hours.
Yeah.
Talking about lore snippets instead of like just setting it for another stream. Which again will happen at some point. I will probably make an event again, like the event.
Yeah.
When we find a date, because that's kind of the easiest for people to know ahead of time.
Or maybe next time my camera will work.
Yeah, maybe. And then
it was working earlier.
Of course, I mean my laptop was working earlier, and then now it isn't. So. Yeah. Whenever next time is, I'm gonna tell people. And you'll know, and then we'll be leading constellations, which will be a fun little... It might not be as long, but I don't think we'll be able... No, we won't be able to fit two, because the next one is unfittable. Not you, triangle. Quote. I can use a random quote to summon. We're the most normal Destiny gamers there's ever been. That's true.
Oh, I didn't add the one about Rahul's Twitch.
Oh God. That's one. This one, that Arctic Bolt is truly something to see in this environment right now.
I mean, I believe you were talking about Rahul earlier on that one, so...
I also think that was about... Yeah. Oh my God. This is Post Ranger, yeah? Post Ranger Knockers World. Rahul stream. Because Rahul has some funny lore, honestly.
He does.
Yeah, so... It's genuinely, like, incredibly funny. Some of the stuff. The Twitch emoji, oh my God.
Listen, you just say things.
Yeah,
all I'm doing is writing it down. You just say things.
We were off the rails. And that was an 8-hour stream, so you understand what kind of insanity we were under. Image. Oh, that's the... Okay, that's that. Right? That is it. It was 8 hours. It truly was. It was
more than 8 hours, and I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, the sun came out for me.
Like, I left to go and do something else and came back.
Yeah. Have you ever been on the rails about Destiny lore? No. Genuinely, we were never on the rails for Destiny lore. But it paid off, because when we were the most off the rails, that was Sub-Series.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. And we went so deep into that, like, I don't think anyone has analyzed the amount of quotes that we analyzed at the time to prove or disprove the thing.
Like, we were actively trying to disprove ourselves. We're getting distracted again.
Yeah, we are. We were actively trying to, like, Like, someone please give us like a concrete evidence that we're wrong. And nobody could. We just kept finding more and more information. Grandma, do you remember that very important moment we were bonding on my 5th birthday? No, but I remember better not, Chris. Yeah. Well,
Lily is the funniest person I know.
Yeah. She was being so deadpan about it as well.
Yeah.
Which is what kept killing me over and over again.
I had noticed.
You have time to add like maybe one more quote before I cut. Before I cut this. Before this is completely destroyed. Oh, they're still in a raid. They're still... Oh, they were at planets 10 minutes ago. Interesting. Well, I wish them a happy run. And that's it. See you on Constellations. Oh my god. That was truly one of the quotes that you could have added. No context.
No context.
No context. Bye, Arctic, and bye, everyone. And
don't forget to like and subscribe.
Thanks for watching and being here and chatting. The light has
Bye-bye.
once again. Yeah. Bye. And see you next time, which will be at some point in the next week. Between next week and the Heat Death of the Universe, a stream will happen. I promise. And we'll be reading Constellations. This was a surprise, but next one will be Constellations. That's it. Goodbye.